Well, it's so past my time that I didn't.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been past his time. That was
Well,
inappropriate.
so apparently there's something else to that. Apparently, I mean, I don't know if he's been accused of it. I don't know, but there's something. But that response would indicate to me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Susan, could you start us?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, on behalf of Commissioner Candelaria and myself, we welcome everybody here this morning. We like the moisture outside. The first thing on our agenda is the minutes. Commissioner Candelaria, have you had the opportunity to read the minutes and found any corrections?
I have no corrections, so I would move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, January 14th, 2020.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners for Montezuma County for the January 14th, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Second thing on our agenda, I believe, is our planning. So if we can get them up here. And the first thing is going to be public hearings. So Lynn, can you do the roll call and read the public hearing?
County Commissioner Larry Don Super here.
I'll get it, Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Jim Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Keenan Ortell. Absent. And County Administrator Jack Powers.
Here.
Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for the purpose of determining a proposed location of a right-of-way located within the Lebanon County sites, located on the south side of Road T, west of Road 25, situated in Section 22, Township 37 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, January 21st of 2020 at 9 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Room 250, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information regarding the roads being proposed to vacate may be obtained from the Planning Department, Room 270, County Administrative Building, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezumacounty.org/web/departments/planning/. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. This file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours, dated this 11th day of December 2019. Kim Percell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Friday, December 13th of 2019.
Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate that. All right, Don, can you kind of give us an update about the proposal?
Miss Levi here.
Any words from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Levi, can you? Yeah, Levi Hill's here.
You want Levi up? Levi can come up.
Morning.
Morning. So there's a road in the subdivision, the Lebanon Town Site subdivision. They have several roads from 1906 that were plotted that go nowhere. Road B is actually the one that's in between. It's considered a park right now. The HOA has a park that we have, and it's between my house and the park. It's Road B. We see no reason to have that road there. We're trying to help clean up for later on whenever we try to sell or anything like that. There's this road there that doesn't ever gonna exist. We just want to get rid of it. We went through with the HOA with voting, and we had beyond 67%, which is what our covenants require. We had way more than that for approval to vacate it. We've talked with the south joining property owner, Alvin Satley. No problems there. He blessed it, had no problems with it. So we're just wanting to get on with getting rid of it.
All right?
Is Mr. Sally here?
No, he's
No.
not.
Have you communicated with him, Don?
I have not, but the road goes into the back of his house, so I'm sure he's more than happy not to.
To get rid of it?
And Rob's looked at it from the county's perspective, and he has no issues with it.
Do we know how much land does he own? Over an acre down there, or less than an acre?
Satley's,
Yes.
Satley owns,
300 or 400 acres down there.
Okay.
it's his farm.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is that we have to send him a letter if he owns over an acre and he touches it.
He got noticed with a packet,
Okay.
a 30-day notice,
Okay, good.
same as all our other public notices.
All right.
There were 5 notices sent out. Which one was to the homeowner association of Lebanon?
Homeowners said-
Number one is the homeowners association. They got noticed. There's a billboard on site, and it was noticed there. And then Satley's, as well as the 3 neighbors to the north.
Right. So Thompson, Stevenson, and a trust, a living trust. Okay.
How big are those pieces of property, the Thompson and the,
Thompson's property is plus 0.52 plus or minus, 0.52 plus or minus, and 5.29 for Danny Stevenson.
okay. Did Danny Stevenson get his own letter as well, his own packet? All right. The law just says if you own over an acre and you touch it, we have to send him a letter personally about this. Okay.
Yeah, they got a certified mailer.
All right. And I assume that there's going to be public comment, and I don't know what everybody's position is on this. We have to do a resolution to vacate it if the commissioners decide they're going to vacate it. And I did a resolution. I don't know if I described the road as well as I should, and I can tweak it. I described it as the south side of Road T, west of Road 25, situated, and I put the stuff in there. Don't you think I should describe it better? Or is that good
That's a
enough?
legal question.
I want to describe it as well as possible. I just didn't know the best way to describe it.
Grass.
The homeowners association has it listed as Road B. We could pull the file and refer back to the original mapping from the early 1900s.
Or we can print out a little map, just highlight it, attach it, and say, see attached exhibit.
Sure.
I might add that language to this.
Yes,
We could do that, real
We could do
simple.
That might be the easiest thing to do.
very simple.
Okay. I'll just say, see attached exhibit. And we'll highlight that piece of road.
Okay.
And does that satisfy that we are meeting the criteria of the law?
Yes.
Okay. All right, do you have any more to add to it, Don?
No,
What was the planning and zoning board's vote?
it didn't have to go before
Oh, okay.
P&Z. And just for your information, to the north of there's about, I don't know, a half a mile of town site roads that have been built over with houses, trees. They never legally vacated those roads, but there's no roads extending north, and we see no reason that it can't be vacated.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Candelario, you have any
So
questions?
it's really just on that little bitty section that goes from.
It's just like 100-foot,
0.8 to.
To the fence. Yes,
the
it's,
fence line?
110-foot sections, yeah.
It's 150 feet.
150?
feet.
Yes.
And then obviously to the north, it looks like there's residences.
well, one of the main reasons on top of all this is I'm gonna build a shop just to the west of my house. And to build that shop, according to our covenants, I have to be within 15 feet of the border.
Of the lot line.
Or I'm gonna be like at 15 feet if I don't have that extra buffer. So since the road's not ever gonna be there, instead of coming in and asking for a variance, which I'm against variances to begin with, instead of asking for a variance, I figured it'd be better just to get rid of the road, then we don't have to worry about variances, and then later on in life, if I sell or whatever, there's no questions, no problems.
So then you're taking that whole easement?
No.
Right of way?
No, it'll be split, it's 60 feet wide, and it'll be split 30-30. So 30 feet will go to the HOA that owns the park, and 30 feet will go to me.
Okay, so it's just making the park larger?
Yes.
by 30
Correct.
feet. I don't have any more questions.
All right, at this time, we'll open it up to public comment. If you would like to comment about this proposed vacation of the road, if you would come up to the mic and state your name and address.
Danny Wilkin, 11728 Highway 491. I was the majority owner of the Lebanon Acres LLC, and we are actually the ones that developed Lebanon. Right here I have a plot, and there's actually a recorded easement plot that kind of shows all the streets and everything, and I'd just like to show you a copy of it, and then you guys can help follow up with it. But at the time of us plotting out Lebanon, Lebanon was plotted out in 1906.
I don't know if it's working or not.
It's not.
It went off.
Yeah.
I got one.
Yeah, it just keeps shutting off.
Really, we didn't pay our electric bill.
Okay, so at the time we developed Lebanon, which was plotted out in 1906, we visited with the commissioners and brought it in. It was something we didn't have to go through a planning process because it was already plotted out into 50 by 150 foot city lots. At that time it had 16-foot alleyways in between and 60-foot street easements all laid out. What we did, because we couldn't change the plot, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do it because it was smaller than 3 acres. Or the lots were smaller than 3 acres. So we took a bunch of the 150s they were all 50 by 150s, and we made ultimately our lots that fit in, and we left all the street accesses and the alleyway easements in place. Down at the park area, B Street goes through there. And that's the reason we created a park there, is because B Street is a 60-foot easement, and then we added one more 50-foot lot to it to become 110 by 150-foot, basically park for Lebanon. Whether anybody did anything with it, we just liked the way the ditch ran through there, nice trees, and just it was something we wanted to just take and protect and set aside for the future, for future residents of it. So we took and added the 50 by 150 lot that we deeded to Lebanon HOA, but we also deed restricted it so that it couldn't be sold because we wanted to keep the park intact. And we didn't have, without changing the plot, we couldn't vacate that 60-foot lot, but that's always been classified as the park area. Actually, when we developed Lebanon, we had a sprinkler system put in on it, and there's a sprinkler system on the 50 by 150 lot of the Lebanon Park, and then there's also one in on the 60-foot street easement. I am opposed to this being split, vacated. I don't have a problem with it being vacated. I just don't believe that it should be able to be sold off to one party or another. We put Lebanon Park in just for the neighborhood and the community down the road if they want, you know. We always had, my thoughts was always just fun to see kids playing in the ditch, playing in the trees around through there, and that's why we put it in. And so I would ask you guys not to vacate this. And I would like to take and show you the easement plot. It'll clear up a little bit of what Dawn has talked about. It's a whole big plot of the south side of County Road T. What it was in 1906, there was 40 acres basically above County Road T, which at one time was Main Street. I mean, you had a bank, you had a hotel, a general store along County Road T, but there was 40 acres north of there and 40 acres south of there that was plotted out. We bought 25 acres and then ultimately 2 more from Danny Stevenson, the 25, and that's where we put our subdivision. And I didn't bring you a copy of this plot because I know that there's a recorded one, but I'll be more than glad to get you one. But I would like to take and show you just the big overall scheme of it before you made any decision. So.
Well, I got a question for you.
Okay.
When you developed the subdivision, did you put all of future decision making? Was that turned over to the HOA?
it was turned over to the HOA. But the other thing though is that there's other, and I'd like to show you on the plot, there's other street easements in there that we just left dead end, and they just run to the property lines and end. But yes, we did turn it over to the HOA, but that 60-foot really was designated always to be as the park area. That's why we put a sprinkler system in, and then it created a 110 by 150 park. If you vacate that 60 feet of it, and I don't know what the arrangements are with Levi and Amanda Hill versus the HOA as far as ending up with that other half of it, but it does take 30 feet out of that park area and stuff. So
Does it take 30 feet out or add 30?
no, it takes 30. Well,
Right, because the park is the narrow strip to the side of the yellow hash,
Because
right?
technically, you can drive up and down that street.
no, you can't. Don, you can't drive up and down the street.
It's a public road.
Could I approach maybe the planning department and you guys can look at this big plot here to kind of give you an idea? I think it'd be easier to look at like this.
So what it basically is, this is what we originally had bought. This here's the area we're talking about right here. No, right here. So what we did is we created this 50-foot, or this is a 50-foot lot. We went ahead and dedicated to the HOA. And then that made this 110 by 150 this way. So if you, the park has always been considered both tracks. Even when the Hills bought it, they were the first house, the second house that was built in there. That the park and this part has always been considered part of the park. We have a sprinkler system put in on this area. This road's never been developed. Actually, the ditch comes through here, the trees run right through it. And so it is technically on the plot still
It's
a right of way.
It's a street.
But it was always intended to be this part of the park. It's like right here. We could not go in and vacate any of these when we was doing it. Like this street here, this goes on to Alan Satley's place. This here goes into Sam Sparks. This here goes into Sam Sparks. This goes in here.
Which
And
one
then
of them was where Michelle Martin lived?
Michelle was right here, right here.
Okay.
And then there's a 50-foot lot right next. Michelle's are these three, 1, 2, and 3. Hers was 150 by 150. Then we dedicated this one as the park. Or no, Michelle's are this one, 1, 2, and 3 right here. This here's the irrigation easement that goes to Allen Satley and Ben
Yeah, so
Miller.
the trees are parked right
The trees are right here.
Trees are right here.
No, the trees.
No,
are
he's
right here.
talking about different trees.
The trees are right here.
He's talking about
On the
different trees
ditches
right
The
here.
trees that we had the controversy over.
Yeah, they're right, they're right
Oh,
here.
yeah, they're over here. Yeah,
different.
yes,
Yeah, we're
different
farther
trees.
to the west.
Yeah, but Bates,
I'm Bill Wedlick, I'm with the HOA, I represent.
He's the president.
And,
So I guess if I look at this just as a plat, this is a street, this is a park. If they want to eliminate this, they're adding 30 feet to the park and 30 feet to a lot line.
they are, except that we've always considered this part of the park, Jim. We
I
made
know,
it work.
but I'm
And
just
we even
saying
have the
what's
improvements in.
recorded.
That's because we couldn't change anything, because otherwise, we had to do our whole development based on following existing lot lines and streets.
So it's technically a
It
street.
technically is, and I don't care to vacate it, but I don't think that it should be able to be sold. We deed restricted this one right here so that it couldn't be sold and remain part of the park for the HOA. If you vacate this one, I don't have a problem with vacating it, I just don't think it should be able to be split up or sold off.
And so,
But that's
so
within
if
that.
we don't define it, if you all choose to vacate it and we don't define it, it's automatically gonna default to the, landowners that border it. We can define it when we vacate it, so we're not selling anything, but we can define it when we vacate it, if you choose to vacate it, and say it's only gonna go to the HOA, or you can spell out that it's, just follow the statute and it defaults to the bordering landowners.
Bill, I'll need you to go to the speaker so that we got it.
But you see, we just created this whole.
Okay,
area was- we made it the one-
I'm Bill Wedlick, and I'm with the Lebanon HOA, I live in the neighborhood.
Let's wait.
Ready, Dan?
Let me finish.
So with that and stuff, you got any more questions for me, or after you was able to take a look at this, or anything laid on, or Commissioner Sukler?
I just have one question for clarification. So you have that street there because you did not want to eliminate it in the beginning?
The reason we left it there, Jim, is because, as everybody knows, Lebanon, when we developed that, kind of set a precedent and was really, or not really setting a precedent, but it was a new mindset of having a little bit smaller tracts in the county that wasn't 3 acres. We took and basically put 27 houses on 25 acres there, is what we did. We couldn't deviate anything. We couldn't get rid of any of the streets. We couldn't build lots over the top of the streets, because then we would have been changing the layout of Lebanon. So what we did is we just added the lot that Commissioner Sukler was talking about that was previously owned that you looked at on the trees. That was a 150-foot lot. We could have made it a 200-foot wide lot, 200 by 150, except we threw 50 foot in for the park, and we used the 110 to go ahead and make that park the 110 feet. And on that on the 60-foot easement, that we actually put in the infrastructure for having an underground sprinkler system on the street, and also because we couldn't vacate it.
Right, so you just did a complete overlay.
We did a complete overlay.
Then you had to go through no process.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And so.
I'm Bill Wedlick. I'm with the Lebanon HOA, and I bought into that neighborhood probably 2 years ago. And the reason I bought in is because it was smaller than 3 acres. I retired and I just didn't want to do that. But once I got in it and I got involved with the HOA, we started looking at the costs. In this particular park area, we have to buy insurance in case someone gets hurt in the ditch. It cost us total per year about $1,500 a year to maintenance it, to take it and mow it, fix the sprinkler system. I think we even have a share of irrigation water as well with this. And no one has used it in 10 years except for one HOA meeting. Is that correct? So from the conception, we've never even used it. And I just don't, as the guy that's working and managing the money, I just don't see any sense in spending $1,500 a year to maintenance something that the neighborhood doesn't use. So that was the reason why. We're not going to sell it. We probably wouldn't mind not having it anymore, so we don't have to maintenance it and spend money on it. So the idea was that the adjoining owners would just take up the property of the park completely. That was what our plan was. And so we did it. We put this out in front of all the neighbors, like Levi said earlier, and we had a vote, and we were well over 67% of the people that live in the neighborhood see no use in spending that for $1,500 a year anymore. So if there's any other questions about that.
So that 67% must be written in the HOA.
It's in the covenants, correct.
If you have a vote over 67, then that vote
Correct.
stands.
That's right. So we voted as the neighborhood to do that. It took a while to do this. At the same time, we actually rewrote part of the covenants as well to make them a little, the HOA had too much power, and we decided that it would be better to leave the power in the people than the HOA, or the document itself, the covenants. So all that's going on, and that was why we came up with this area for the park area as well.
So what do your covenants state as far as the majority?
To rewrite the covenants, it takes 75% of the owners to do that, but to administer a change like this, it was 67%. It's actually in our bylaws, not in our covenants. And so we put out a vote, and it a lot of people, some people just don't even vote, but for the most part, we did get the votes if we had to even go around and talk to the people.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions? Commissioner?
Our GIS department has some comments.
All right, where is Doug? Thank you, Bill.
I'm not sure that that we comment on this? Where is this in the subdivision? Can we?
There's
corner.
Danny has a,
Okay.
Marlar.
It's on the south side of S.8
All
road.
right, yeah, there you go.
Oh, this piece. Okay, I thought we were talking about this piece over here.
Oh, no.
No.
Okay, this piece over here. Okay. That's a little bit different piece. That, so I guess my only comment is, was it sent out for utility review that they signed off that there aren't any utilities where the locate's done?
Everything was done.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's my only concern then.
Yeah, it looks like the letters were sent out and there's,
Before
I
you
didn't
get,
see
let me see
anything
if there's somebody else.
that went
Did
right.
our clerk get your name, Doug?
All right, is there somebody else that would like to comment about this proposed change?
Excuse me, N.B.M. McAfee, 22277 County Road 20. So if this is done, does this mean that Levi gets, without any cost, an additional X number of feet, the 30 feet from the middle of the road?
Him and the HOA.
That's between him and the HOA.
Right, the only thing we're
But the
looking at is
possibility
a
is that
vacation
he-
of a right-of-way.
Pardon?
The only thing we're considering is a vacation of the right-of-way.
Okay, I didn't quite understand that part. Thanks.
That's all we're looking at. What they do within their subdivision
Yeah.
really is between them, it has nothing to do with us.
All right, Dan, if you'd like to come up again.
Danny Wilkin, 11728 Highway 491. And so the covenants say 75% to change them. There wasn't anything in what we put in for bylaws per se. That would have been something that would have been developed with the HOA after we were complete with that. But Lebanon town site, or Lebanon HOA is still going to have ownership of the 50 by 150 foot lot right next to it. So whether it's costing them $1,500 now, it's still going to cost them money, and I don't believe it has to be that much money. And that's another thing, we did take and put a share of MVI water with that at the same time as we did it. And so the HOA, because we did deed restrict that lot when we deeded it to that HOA, that it could not be sold. So they're still going to have a 50 foot by 150, and if you vacate it, and if Levi gets 30 foot of it for nothing, then you're going to have 80 by 150 that the HOA is still in charge of. The only thing they did is they lost 30 feet of what we intended on being the park area.
Danny,
Yes, sir.
back up from the microphone 6 inches. There you go.
And so they're still going to take and have that part of it. We set it in there for a reason. We didn't try to sell that lot and make money off of it. We didn't try to give it to anybody. It's just like the rest of the street right-of-ways. If it was trying to clean up the plot, they would be trying to vacate the one that comes down would be C Street. It's the one that you were talking about where the trees were at. If they're trying to clean it up, they would be trying to vacate the far ends of it where it goes on, where 24.9 and 24.8 and 28.7 all go to Sam Sparks' property. And so, and I understand where Levi's coming from, that he wants to take and build a shop there, but Levi does also own the lot in front of him that he purchased, which is 200 by 150. And so there's still adequate places to build a shop. Not trying to play hardball with it, but we didn't put that park in there for it to just disappear. And when his house was built there, and even later on, he got a variance to be able to build closer to the park for his utility shop, or for his vehicle, or his Ranger and things like that. And so there's already one variance on that part of it. And, to me, I don't think it takes and hurts anything to leave 110 by 150 foot piece of property that nobody has control of, and, and go from there. So I do think it is a nice part of the neighborhood. Whether it's being utilized or not isn't the point. We did dedicate it, or we set it up for that reason. So we put in a sprinkler system, and we put a share of MVI water to take care of it. So, thank you.
And we're not talking about the park itself. The park is still gonna
The
remain.
park is gonna remain.
It's just the right of way of the
The
60
park will
feet.
actually expand.
Right, it's gonna get bigger.
Yes.
So, unless we,
You can spell it
Spell
out
it out,
how you
then
want to
it's-
vacate it and distribute it. If you don't spell it out, it's going to go to the adjoining landowners, which sounds to me like it's Levi and the park. Split it.
And that was part of the deal with the HOA, is I told them I would pay for this whole process, I'd pay for it all on my own dime, HOA shouldn't have to pay for it. And then we also work out a better deal if we need to for cost per foot, whatever we gotta do. We have gotten a couple people to come out and evaluate it and see how much it would cost. And like Sharon Wallace, she actually kind of laughed and said it's kind of hard to put any type of financial cost on a piece of property that you can't build on, that you can't do anything with. I mean, it's so little that there's nothing anybody can do with it. Like, we can't build a house on the park or anything like that. So she said it's very difficult to try to figure out a way to give it a appraisal type of value on that property. So,
correct. But for the purpose of us, the right of way serves no purpose. As far as us in the county, and it sounds like the subdivision is wanting to make the change within their own subdivision.
Is there anybody else that would like to comment about this?
Just to clarify on this, on the voting thing, I'm Bill Wedlick again. The way the covenants read, to change the covenants, we had to have a vote of 75% of the people, and Danny's correct there. But for any other vote, like to change this plat, then we would have to have a vote of 67%. And that's how we did it, just to make that clarify. So in the bylaws, I think it gives us the 67, but to physically change the covenants, we have to have 75% of the members vote. Okay?
All right.
And one other item, just to be clear, what is C Street, 24 Point North-South Road, and the three roads that run to the west from there? The planning department would not ever recommend vacating those for future development. If Satley's put in a subdivision to the south, if the other people put in a subdivision to the west,
Because it's a straight shot from the.
that would give ingress, egress to the additional proposed subdivisions. So we would never recommend vacating any of those other streets.
And you're talking about S.9, S.85, and S.8?
Sure.
Is that, I mean, you say A, B, and C, but I'm not seeing an A, B, C.
Within the Lebanon town plat of 1908, those were streets.
Correct, so the overlay is renamed the streets to S.8,
Right.
S.9.
So what is it, 24.8
B
runs
or-
north and
continue.
south? That can run south into Satley's property for a new subdivision?
Gotcha. That makes
And,
sense.
and then
It'd
the
be
road's going
same
to
as the 3
the,
mile buffer zone, the concept of that where streets line up.
Yes.
right.
Okay.
So future subdivisions would have ingress, egress, either in their own subdivision or through this subdivision, depending on how things are worked out.
All right.
To address that, the most expensive thing we have as a neighborhood in there is the maintenance of those streets. These are what y'all call red roads, okay? And basically what it means is that you don't maintenance them because they're not built to your standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in the meantime, we're the ones that have to pay for them. So I'm going to object to anybody trying to extend one of those roads without paying our maintenance fee, like each one of our lot players. Because you start running big trucks, we were trying to even get rid of garbage trucks in the area, try to just have them pick up the stuff, because you can see it here in Cortez, when the snow comes and the asphalt gets there and the water gets in it, it just trashes fast. And that's going to be a big expense to our neighborhood to fix these roads. We're trying to do it by fixing cracks and keep them going, and we're going to probably do a seal coat. And that's the reason I'm trying to get stop spending money so that I can fix the things that we really need fixed, and instead of maintaining something that no one uses.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to comment? All right, at this time, we're going to close the public comment period, and we'll take it back to the board for a discussion. Commissioner Candelaria.
I see that this is, I understand what the developer did when he set it up, but we're not removing the park. We're just giving 30 more feet to the park, which then creates another expense for the HOA, which doesn't really have anything to do with us, just the right-of-way. It's not being used right now. There is no street that's built there. It's basically just a grass lot.
I use it for my tractor.
And if the HOA wants to do it, they've all voted on it. I don't, our road and bridge superintendent has no issues with vacating it, is what you said, correct? Or
Correct.
what you said, correct?
Correct.
Right.
I would comment that as a commissioner for 7 years, I see this over and over again where somebody sells something and they don't like what the next owner is doing. And I think that once you sell something, that it's up to the next owner what they want to do with their land. And if the HOA, which controls the land, has the authority over the subdivision because it's an HOA, then and they want to vacate that, I think they have the right to do that.
So I would move that we accept the proposed vacation of a right-of-way located within the Lebanon town sites, located south side of Road T, west of Road 25, and along with resolution number 2, 2020, right-of-way vacation on the south side of Road T, west of Road 25 and Lebanon town sites with the attachment shown. That's a mouthful.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve the vacation of a right-of-way located within the Lebanon town sites located on the south side of Road T, west of Road 25, situated at S22T 37N R16 N.M.P.M. with the attached resolution number 2, which is a right-of-way vacation on the south side of Road T, west of Road 25 in Lebanon Town Estates. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. At this time, we will close the public hearing. Thank you. Okay, I believe we have a Mylar.
A Mylar, correct, that has been previously approved.
I'll have to train that pin after he uses it.
All right, next on the agenda is public comment. If anybody would like to come up and comment about anything going on in the county, you're more than welcome to come up to the microphone, state your name and address. Seeing that?
That's pretty good.
I said the county, I didn't say at the federal level because everybody would come up, all the controversy going on. Let's see, the next thing we have on the agenda is public safety. We've got the E91 MOU with IGA and the RFP. So, Lori? Yeah.
Which is a memorandum of understanding, intergovernmental agreement, and a request for proposal.
Okay, the last time that I was here, we discussed the fact that wasn't sure about Dolores County's 911 funds. We were supposed to be getting them, but I wasn't sure because I couldn't find an agreement that they had ever signed off on. And the state didn't have that agreement. And I went through all of the receipts for the 911 surcharge that we received in 2018, and I found that we are receiving Dolores County funds. But
So they agreed at some point to
they,
pay.
and I'm sure it was back in the 1970s, whenever 911 was first developed.
So my understanding of the history of it, and Lori, you might know more than me, and so maybe expand, is that in 87, this authority was created by Montezuma County. In 97, there was kind of an addendum to it. Or sorry, no, let me go back. In 89, April of 89, these are the entities that signed on to it. Montezuma County created it. City of Cortez, Town of Dolores, Town of Mancos, Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, Dolores Fire Protection District, Mancos Fire District, and Cortez Fire Protection District. Dolores isn't on there. I didn't see anywhere that Dolores formally joined, but I think these are the members right now. Mesa Verde National Park Service didn't sign on, Pleasant View Fire District didn't sign on, Lewis Areola Fire District didn't sign on. Do you collect from any of those?
We do. So you're talking a little about two separate things. So
Okay.
the 911 surcharge fee, it would be the Town of Dolores, Town of Mancos, I guess the fire districts, Ute Mountain Tribe, all of Montezuma County, and then the people that we serve includes Dolores, Mesa Verde, Dolores County, and all of the fire districts, as well as the sheriff and the police department.
So the distinction being the people that you serve versus the agencies that signed on,
Right.
that you collect money from.
That we collect the surcharge from. It's the people, the citizens within those communities, really.
But Dolores, it sounds like, is chipping in their
They are.
share. And so I think that we should incorporate them into this agreement, is what I think is the
Yes.
right
Yeah.
procedure.
I don't know what the procedure is, but in order to continue to collect those funds for Dolores County, we need to have an agreement with Dolores County that we're doing that. And I can't find, John can't find it, I couldn't find anywhere where that agreement had happened on paper with Dolores County. They're all aware of it. I just talked to Sheriff Wilson last Friday, I think it was, and we had that discussion, and because he was calling me to see how come he was still getting notices about information he needed to provide when really it needs, everything's coming into Montezuma County.
So is Dolores County then willing to sign an agreement?
Yes, he said, and what the sheriff said is if you guys can figure out what it needs to say, he'll take it to the commissioners out there. So I just need to get it to him, and he will address it with the commissioners.
So
Because apparently, some people are still sending checks directly to Dolores County, and he said it's like a 37-cent check that they send to them, and then they have to turn around and mail it back. Write a check for 37 cents back to Montezuma County. So he would like it to be cleaner and more efficient.
So there is two different issues here, and I want to make sure that we're talking about so there's an issue of where the fire departments, the sheriff, the city of Cortez pays so much per call, and then there is the issue of a cell phone being charged 70 cents. Which one of those are we talking about?
We're talking about the surcharge, the 911 surcharge, which is the 70 cents.
Yeah.
Okay, so every citizen in Dolores County is paying the 70 cents.
Yes.
Then why are they sending a check for 37 cents if it's 70?
Well, they're supposed to be paying 70 cents. Some of the phone companies are, some of them are only collecting 50 cents. And that's because we don't have this official agreement in place. So the phone companies don't know what to charge. Once we increase that charge, or that surcharge fee, it will be the responsibility of the 911 Authority Board, and I'm assuming therefore me, to notify all of the phone companies that we're collecting from, to let them know that, hey, Dolores and Montezuma County have raised to this amount.
So that dollar, is that, because I thought that was approved
It
quite a while
approved
back.
at $1.
Right, and so you asked me the last time I was here, somebody did, if the dollar was enough, and I said no. And at our communications meeting, Keenan brought up, I mean, I showed exactly what we need to purchase in the next 10 years.
He came back to the board and reported, but I don't remember what the amount was.
He said $1.40. I've got, if you want to see, I've got, what I did was I did a breakdown, just an estimate of where we would be at if we collected X amount from.
So that dollar figure is just added on per month. It's not a per call basis, correct?
Correct.
It's just a $1.
That's
Per
people
month.
on their cell phone or their
Correct.
landline
Per line.
versus,
Per line per month.
Per line per month, right? Okay.
What are you handing us? Sorry, I was.
It's just an estimate of
So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not fair that citizens in Dolores County are paying 50 cents when the citizens in Montezuma County are paying 70.
You're right, it's not.
Needs to be the
That's why we
same.
need this IGA in place.
We can't make them, their county needs to vote to increase that
To
rate
increase it.
to be the same as ours. And so if you all want to make that a prerequisite to have them join our agreement from 1989, we can. We can say, hey, you all have to raise yours, or we can just let them.
They're getting
join
the
on.
same service, correct?
That's correct?
Okay, so it should be the same, in all fairness to all the people.
Yeah.
So
as soon as
whatever
they
we
pick up the
raise it
phone and
to,
dial 911, I mean, it comes directly to us.
And as far as this advisory board, the 911 Authority Advisory Board goes, the way it's drafted is every agency gets a representative on it. And so if we incorporate them into this agreement, they're going to be able to have representation on the board.
Now, are we talking,
I might be confusing the two again.
Well, the 911 board itself is the commissioners, am I correct?
yeah, right
And then the
now,
advisory board is a representative from each agency.
Do they even meet? I mean, it says that there's an advisory, okay.
Yeah, they meet.
we did meet, so that was the meeting
Yep.
that we met.
Yeah.
I met with you personally because I couldn't make the meeting.
right,
That's that meeting, okay.
yes.
But some of the fire districts might have representatives on this
Yes.
advisory board,
They
and
do.
then each government agency that is a signatory to it.
There's a meeting at least twice a year
Okay.
that we attend
Good.
or try.
Right.
Right.
It when they drafted this, it says you meet quarterly, but that's okay. I mean, so they would get representation on it if we brought them into this agreement, but we can't dictate their rate.
Right.
You can't dictate their rate. So,
If
do you
they
want?
join the 911 Authority Board, it's my understanding then they could, but that would mean that besides the 3 commissioners, we would need somebody on the authority board from Dolores County as well, a representative from Dolores County. So instead of just the 3 commissioners, we would have to add a person from Dolores County onto the advisory board.
So,
Which the only thing that would do might make the meetings a little more difficult, because I couldn't just pop in. We would have to make sure that other person is notified and could show up to the meeting.
Well, do you think, talking with the sheriff, that they would be in agreement of whatever this surcharge that you're going to suggest to us today, that they would be willing to go with that same rate and put that in the agreement without changing the...
In talking to the sheriff, I believe so, yes. Because we discussed just the cost of equipment, and he said, yeah, we've got to, that happens.
So it seems like that, Commissioner, it seems like that's what we needs to happen first.
To see for sure that if they're on board to go ahead and raise it up to that before an IGA is set.
So before I can send the PUC application in, I have to have that IGA with it to go up. So
What is the time frame for, is there a deadline?
I mean, we
There
have an
is a
IGA, it
deadline.
just doesn't include Dolores County
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, but we need to include Dolores County because we're collecting for Dolores County, so,
Just at a lesser rate.
yeah. Now, and I say that, some of the phone companies, like CenturyLink, is collecting 70 cents for Dolores County. Farmers Telephone is collecting 50 cents for Dolores County. So, and I didn't know this was going on, quite honestly, until I spent 4 hours going through the 2018 remittances for that. And I'm probably gonna request to spend another 4 hours going through the 2019, just so I have a good understanding of what money's coming into that account.
If the intergovernment agreement is not signed at this time, what are the ramifications?
That just holds off us increasing the fund. Or we just increase it for Montezuma County, and Dolores County is still, does their own thing.
It doesn't seem fair.
Not when they're getting the same service.
Right.
That's just a conversation that we probably should have with them sooner than later. But I don't want to stop what we need to do for our people just because we're waiting on them. I don't think that's right either.
I think, honestly, the first step is just to get an IGA in place, whatever that looks like. And like I said, that may have to include a Dolores County commissioner on the authority board so that they have a say when we're doing things like increasing the funds. What the Chief Lane did in the past when we went from 50 cents to 70 cents was he went around to the town of Dolores, the town of Mancos, city of Cortez, and he went out to the Dolores County Commissioners and spoke with each of them, and they voted at that time. Now, where the 50 cents, 70 cents, why it didn't get raised on some phone companies, I don't know. Other than we don't have an IGA in place, so when he sent that in for Montezuma County, they did not necessarily include
Pick it
Dolores
up.
County.
Okay.
Well, the only thing I could say, Commissioner, it seems like if we was to have Lori, whoever is the representative, go to Dolores and see if we can get them on board for the IGA, we have to have that signed anyway, they have to be included, correct?
Do they meet next week? Or
I'm not really sure when they meet.
The only reason we would need them on the authority as well is to circumvent having two different rates.
right? So that they're the same.
Yeah.
They should be the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same equipment, it's the same dispatcher.
Right.
So could you get out there next week?
Yeah.
Don't they meet on the 2nd and 4th?
I can get
Monday?
with Sheriff Wilson and we can certainly get that.
So I'll send you the short agreement that's not gonna talk anything about including them on our authority, but it'll just say you're joining as another agency on this IGA with Montezuma County, Mancos, Mountain Ute Tribe, Dolores, Cortez, et cetera.
Okay.
Sign here.
And then you could come back to us on Tuesday.
Yeah, because theirs are on Monday.
Right, I think they're on Mondays and ours are on Tuesdays, so you'd be able to catch it. It's just 1 week. And then we can get that signed. It would be nice to have that.
It works, I'm putting you down right now.
I realize it's probably not in consistency with what we've been trying to do, but I think this is just maybe
That's
one special circumstance.
So we'll just hold it off for a week, see if we can get an agreement on the IGA with us.
But go ahead and go over this estimate with us, because you're saying from $1 This is only saying raising it to the dollar that was already approved?
Right.
And then now you're talking about $1.40.
So, if you just raise it to $1 with the equipment that we need in the foreseeable future, at the end of 2027, that fund is gonna be $500,000 in the hole.
In 2023.
2027.
Oh.
Well, it just,
2023, it's 167 in the hole.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong line.
if you go all the way to the end, at the end of 7 years, it's negative 517. The only one that, I mean, if you stopped at $1.30, it goes up, at least it gets you in the black at the end of 2027. And $1.40 would get you to $262,573. And at the, probably in 28, 29, you would be looking at needing a new recording system again by then. So that you'd have that expense coming around again.
I tell you what I would like to do. I would like to have Dolores County given this same graph and see what number that they would be in agreement with as well before we make a decision.
I think that's fine. I think we have it in front of us. We can see where, obviously, the dollar's not gonna, it's not enough either. And how often do you have to replace that recording equipment?
The recording system, I can generally make it about 10 years with the recording system. The phones are about 10 years. The radios, we got really lucky with those radios we bought originally because they've lasted over 20 years.
So it's just basically keeping up with the technology
Right.
is what we're having to do.
And you know, the technology is a never-ending thing, and price continues to soar. With every new thing, it's cost more.
So if we double that rate, we're going from $840 per line per year to $1680 per line per year, if my math is correct. So one person with one cell phone would now look at paying $16.80 annually.
Right.
At $1.40 instead of divided by 840.
And I do know that Archuleta County, and you guys probably don't really care, but they're going up to $2.25. That's what they're preparing to do, is go up to $2.25. They're at $1.25 now, and they're going to raise theirs within the next. She's working on the application now to raise theirs to $2.25.
Would you look a little bit farther too? Because, I mean, this is a big increase. This is at one time, and I don't like big increases at one time. I struggle with that. I would rather see it raised incrementally over a period of years so that it doesn't affect people. Not that, I mean, it could affect people $8, but I don't think it will. But it's just easier to bite off if we have a program in place that says we're gonna raise it 5% or whatever the number is.
And we can do that. The problem is it's a
Big
PUC
process.
application. It's not like you can just say, okay, now we're gonna raise it to this much, because it's a entire application.
It's an extensive process.
Yeah.
So, but this would be good for 7 years, till
Yes.
2027?
Yep.
Okay, all right, I got it.
And actually, I don't know, I can't predict the future, so I would hope that would last. If we went up to $1.40, that would extend that fund out at least 15 years.
All right, well, why don't we talk to them, get some additional information,
Okay.
and then we'll talk to you next week.
That'll work.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
We still need to go through the RFP.
Oh, okay.
And this is for the
other thing we
equipment.
discussed at our advisory board meeting was the need to go ahead and replace that recording system. And so I brought Shaq an RFP for that recording system.
And I sent this to you in your packages too, so.
Yeah. Well,
Guess I just need to know if it's okay if we move forward with that and
think the safety of our citizens is number one priority, so I would, if this is what we gotta do to make our communication system upgraded to where it works properly, let's do the RFP and let's see what the proposals come back at.
And I did look at it. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't really completely understand all the technical language in there, the full redundancy, mirrored and rage storage, voice file, those, it's Greek,
Yeah.
Greek to me,
I don't
but
really understand that either. Our IT department put all of that in.
Do we have to have a motion to move forward with the RFP?
It's just a request.
um,
So if we do, I would move that we give Lori the approval to go ahead and send out the RFP for the dispatch voice recording system.
good idea. I mean, I don't think you need to, but that's, might as well.
There you go.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve the request for proposed dispatch voice recording system. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the State-County Cooperative Wildfire Protection Agreement. Is Charles Landu?
Oh, Lanu?
Lanu. All right. Come on up.
I did.
Price is right.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you gentlemen today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Could you state your names and your titles to the people in the crowd so they know who?
Good morning. Charles Lanu, Regional Battalion Chief, Division of Fire Prevention and Control. Oversee Dolores County, Montezuma County, La Plata County, and Archuleta County.
All right, thank you.
Steve Ellis, I'm the Southwest District Chief for the Division of Fire Prevention and Control out of Montrose. I have 3 battalion chiefs that work for me. We cover all the southwest corner of the state of Colorado.
Thank you very much, Chief.
So good morning. Going back to summer of 2019, we began scoping for public input, sheriff input, cooperators, etc., for the 2020 draft of the Collaborative Wildfire Protection Agreement. Sought input from several partners. People were very receptive. Had some good input. Changed some stature, cleaned up some language from our previous agreement, 2015. Put that out as a final draft in November 2019. And this particular agreement is signed by the county sheriff, acting through its board of county commissioners, obviously. And that went out November 3rd, I believe. And we hadn't heard anything, so we were gonna come and chat today and see what the reservations were, if there's anything we could clear up.
I think there's a signature line for the BOCC too, as well, as the sheriff.
Sheriff, do you have any comments about this agreement?
And I have some comments, but the sheriff's are probably more important.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, this is the co-op agreement that I brought to you in October or November. And I was advised that you never signed it before, so you weren't going to sign it now. So that's what I relayed back to these folks. And then I'm told, and tell me if I'm wrong, that if we don't sign this, then we can't enter into an EFFF agreement.
Steve, you want to take that question? That is correct. So actually, Montezuma County, these cooperative agreements have been in existence since in the early 70s. Montezuma County was one of the original ones, so it has been signed by Montezuma County in the 70s. It was re-signed, and that was with the Colorado State Forest Service as the directing agency, and then again, Montezuma County signed it in 1990. And then the current agreement that we're under was signed in 2015 by the county commissioners and the sheriff. And it's just a 5-year agreement, so it's time to redone again. So the purpose of the agreement is so that we all work well together, and we can all collaborate on how we're gonna do wildland fire suppression in the future. So it's a 5-year agreement. I don't believe it's obligating the county sheriff or the counties to anything other than we all work together, and then it all ties together. So just so real quick how it works, there's a national fire agreement that's signed between all the national federal agencies. And then there is a state of Colorado that is signed by the Division of Fire Prevention and Control with our federal partners. And then that tiers down to the state-county agreement. And then that federal agreement, it states that the DFPC will then make a county agreement with all 64 counties in the state. So then we have an agreement with those 64 counties. And then based on that agreement, then we venture out to have our state, our county annual operating plan, which we've done for a number of years. We do that annually with all the partners within the county. That's our federal partners and the county sheriff. And then that allows us to work together, and it allows us to have access to funds.
Is
that
our
we can
emergency
assist-
manager included in that agreement?
In the past, the emergency manager hasn't signed. It's usually the sheriff and sometimes the county commissioners. So over time, the annual operating plan has changed. Originally, it was only signed by the sheriff. And then there are still some counties, San Miguel being one of those, that's still only signed by the county sheriff. But a lot of the other county sheriffs, because they don't have a budget and they rely on the county commissioners, the annual operating plan has been signed by the sheriff and the county commissioners to do that in accordance with the emergency manager, all working together. So we haven't got a line for the emergency manager. It's not saying we can't do that, but we can put that on there. So then back to the emergency fire fund. Montezuma County was one of the original members of the emergency fire fund back in the 60s. That allows, that's county funds that is distributed by the Division of Fire Prevention and Control under statute. So in that particular agreement, which Montezuma County signed in 2015, there'll be a new one coming out here in the next, hopefully, it was supposed to come out January 1st, from our office to renew that agreement, the Emergency Fire Fund agreement that allows us to have funds. In that agreement, it states that we will have a state-to-county agreement and an annual operating plan, and then the EFF, then we have access to those EFF funds, which then allows us, when the fire exceeds the capability of the county sheriff, then he can request us to come in. We run through our process. We can then take financial responsibility of that fire at the request of the county sheriff and or the county commissioners to assist them with the cost of that fire. And the most recent one would have been the Weber fire of 2012, which we were able to do that, which then puts the onus on the state of Colorado to pay those $1 million bills for wildland fires, as opposed to the counties having to come up with that cash, which most counties don't have to do that. Does that answer your question, Sheriff?
I just got a quick question, and I think I know the answer, but I see 3 fire chiefs. Are you guys in agreement with signing this agreement?
Yeah, we sign it every year.
Okay, I figured so. Is this also the agreement where you get paid if the county had water tenders there?
Well, it
Like the fire-
leads to that, yeah. That's a county cooperative agreement that we signed separately, but it's all based on the state-to-county agreement that gives us the overarching authority to sign all those specific things, our SURF agreements to help the county sheriffs, gives us access to our WRF funds to help the counties, so if we can order an air tanker to keep the fire small without having to worry about who's going to pay for that. $100,000 worth of red stuff falling out of the sky. The sheriffs can do that to keep the fire small, or the fire chiefs, and then we will step in and reimburse them for those costs.
Okay.
So you have signed it in the past then? It's
The EFF, and this back in 2015, we did, yes.
Okay.
John, you had some.
I did.
Did you
but
have something else?
Go ahead, John, because I got one thing.
Okay,
question.
I had several comments about it. Nothing where I'm going to throw a fit if you all decide to enter into this. But first, I'd heard not from the sheriff, but through different channels that the sheriff had an issue with the prescribed burn section, which was section 9. And I don't know if that's accurate or not, but or if it alleviates any concerns. The prescribed burning doesn't apply to the rules that they spell out for it. It doesn't apply to agricultural, or ditch burning. But it does have rules, and I don't know if that's going to make it more burdensome than what our sheriff wants. But it does not apply to agricultural burning or ditch burning. There was a couple other things in there. There's a couple sections that if I'm drafting this thing, I would change, and I'd ask to change. There's a protective clause in there for the state, not for the county, that says that, well, if we don't have funds available and we haven't already budgeted for it, then we're not liable for it. So it's in there protecting the state. It's not in there protecting the county. We need that same reciprocal provision for us in there. If we don't have the money for it, we're not liable for it. Because we budget year to year. And then also it says if there's any arguments about this, then the venue is in Colorado in Denver District Court. I don't know why we would ever agree to go to Denver to litigate anything. I think that it should be in Montezuma County. So those are a couple things that I would change about it.
Can you guys get that changed? Do you have any issues with that or problems with that?
Well, we can take that back, we take your comments back to our, the State Attorney General's office to see what they want to do. This is all vended through them. In terms of the venue where to do that, I know that's came up a couple times. I'm not sure how that works. In terms of the other one that gives the state, all it's doing is giving the Division of Fire Prevention Control the out, because when the only thing that we have access to initially as the Division of Fire Prevention Control is the EFF funds. So when the EFF funds run dry, which it does almost every year, then we, Division of Fire Prevention Control, Department of Public Safety, has to go back to the governor's office to ask for funding to do that. Every governor that we've had since the 60s has been able to put more funds back into that, and that's why we, as the Division of Fire Prevention Control, have that statement in there, is what I've been told. We can definitely take that comments back to the Attorney General's office that on any given day, we can't 100% take control of the fire until we know that we have those funding from the governor. So that's what I understand that statement is in there for.
So I would just ask to add what you take back to the AG. It's on page 14, section 11.10. There's the fund availability, and it says financial obligations of the state payable after the current state fiscal year. Just throw in of the state or the county payable after the current state or county fiscal year are contingent upon funds for that purpose being appropriated, budgeted. So just throw us in there to protect us too.
And I can definitely take that back to the General's office. I just can't say that it's going to happen or not going to happen. That's why we came out with the draft ahead of time, and we didn't hear back from the counties to change any of that. And currently, right now, we have about 34 of the 64 counties have signed this current agreement that you have in front of you, and we're waiting for the other 30, and there are a variety of different reasons. Haven't had much pushback in my district, other than La Plata County, which they're meeting tomorrow to discuss that, to see what they're going to work on for signing the agreement. But talking with the sheriff down there and with Cheryl, their county attorney, they're going to recommend to the commissioners that they do sign the agreement. But that's all hearsay on my part.
And you'll certainly can sign it. I don't know that these are make or break provisions, but I'm just saying if I'm drafting it, I wouldn't.
Well, if there was a $5 million fire and we ended up being responsible, it could break the county.
Right.
And that's why we do everything in our power not to be able to do that. And we, over all the fires in 2012 or 2018 being one of those, the state of Colorado shelled out $40 million of fire suppression funds, so that we didn't, our goal is never to bankrupt a fire protection district and or a county. But the fire in most cases starts in a fire protection district, and it's the fire protection district's responsibility until they pass it off to the sheriff. And then the sheriff's responsibility until they can pass it off to the state. So there's always a slim chance that's not going to happen. But since these agreements have been in place in the 60s that I did my research, that's never happened, that we've never been able to help the county out. But without having the agreements, then it does. I believe personally, back when I was a federal fire management officer and now a state, I think it does open up to the state, open up to the county, that if they don't have an agreement, then there's not the same pressures of the state to come in and assist with those particular fires. Now, as Sheriff and I have talked in the past, are we probably going to show up? More than likely. Is it going to be mandatory? That I don't know. And I've asked my bosses of that, and they didn't give me a good answer.
All right, Sheriff, do you have any comments about what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm concerned about protecting the county as well as every fire protection district within Montezuma County. I do have a question about Section 9, because reading those state statutes, it does exempt for ag, okay? And it does exempt private property owners from having to obtain fire boss certification. But what it does add is that there has to be a fire mitigation plan prior to a prescribed burn. And we don't have a burn ban, then that means that everybody that is not a farmer that is going to burn a brush pile, okay, that they'd have to have this plan. And the enforcement falls upon the sheriff. And it's like, I think that's an added burden to our citizens and me. And I just don't think that we've never had a problem with it in the past. And I don't want to create a big issue, because if that fire were to get away, The thing is, though, is that they're responsible for that, okay? And there are criminal violations for that. But to have a plan prior to on every single burn, we don't even know, because they call into dispatch to find out whether or not they can burn that day or not. And so.
Right before they strike the match.
Yeah, so. That's not every one of them either, so that's all I'm concerned about, and I don't want to be held to that, and I don't want our citizens to be held to that, because that puts an added burden on the sheriff's office and our citizens as well.
John, what do you think about it?
Have you read those, John?
I think whether or not it's in the agreement, the statutes might require that of us anyway. I'd rather not be in the agreement, but I think Colorado's already passed laws that require that anyway. So.
And that is correct. In because of how we were created at the end of 2011, beginning of 2012 fiscal year, prescribed burning was one of those, and the governor at the time worked on those statutes to do that. A lot of, unfortunately, you're right, Sheriff, it does put some more burden on you and every other sheriff, but it definitely has been an issue that we have, that there are piles that get away from people all the time, and then if it becomes beyond your capability, becomes ours, then it always comes back, is that landowner ultimately responsible or not ultimately responsible to do that? So, writing the plan only has to contain 14 key elements. It can be fairly simple or it can be very elaborate, like some of our prescribed fires our federal partners do. But this is the first time that a county sheriff's brought that particular question up to me, so I'm gonna have to do some more work, but I believe you're right, that it is in the statute already that says it has to be there. And we're just, from our state attorney general's office, is just stating what's already in the statutes.
Well, I'm already going to admit that I'm in violation of not enforcing that. Okay.
Thank you.
It's like.
Including it in this is it probably lets the state off the hook for enforcing it and would fall on us to go after the property owner for a violation of that. Whereas, maybe it would somewhere down the road shift some of the burden of that section.
Even if the landowner called and stated that they were gonna do it prescribed.
No, they'd have to develop a
plan.
plan. I'm
planning to light
I don't
this.
I don't think with chiefs here, have you guys ever had a developed prescribed fire plan?
No.
I can't say that I've ever seen one, but.
And may I touch on that? And I began to work with Matt Sheether in walking him through some of these, and I think you think about the scale of broadcast burning that's not related to agricultural burning. We're talking a very small scale, and I do believe, and we've met several times, that we can come to an agreement that from a liability standpoint will protect you guys, even if that's on a one page here. Here's the highlights that we're going to protect. We've made our notifications. I do believe that we can standardize something that works for all parties. And if you think 99% of the fire, in my opinion, here is agricultural or pile related. We're not talking big, massive broadcast burns with pinyon juniper and sagebrush. It just doesn't happen on a routine basis here. So,
Anyway, I know that both the emergency manager and every fire protection district does work with people within their districts. And they certainly are, the fire districts are always available to, and always have been, to assist private property owners in controlling any controlled burns that they're going to do. So, but I am concerned about that Section 9 because just as for the discretion, I would not. But that's just crazy. But I know that it got by everybody. I know it did. So maybe that law needs to have some additions to that to help alleviate the burdens on the sheriff and the citizens in the state as well.
So if you can get those suggestions put forth and then make those.
Well, we definitely take those to the state attorney general's office, take them to our legal counsel, and we'll try to get back to you within a few days on what they say those changes could be made or not be made. So yeah, I was like, that's all we can do, and then I can go back through Charles, we'll get you the information back to the county administrator, and then you guys can make your determination accordingly.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
Does that answer your question? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have the coroner report. Fire Chief George Devers.
I think we have the sheriff.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Sheriff.
That's all
Come
right.
on,
I wasn't even on the agenda originally.
well, you are. That was my mistake, and I apologize. That won't be the first one.
Wait a minute. Can you see that, Steve?
Okay, sure, I'm done. See you.
See if it's snowing.
Why don't you just check Facebook? 'Cause that'll tell you if it's
Okay. I'll wait. On the screen is the calls for service for December 2019. As you can see, it was 1,625 calls for service, which is down slightly, which is good to know. However, there wasn't any really big events that caused our calls to go up through the month of December. So what I would show you is that I think a couple months ago I did bring in calls for service up to October, I think. So
So that 1625, that was for the month of
that's
December?
just the month of December.
What were we in relationship to 2018 overall calls?
In the month of December?
No, overall calls.
Overall, we're actually up for about 350 calls for service.
So every new marijuana store, 350 calls.
So do you have a percentage breakdown of that?
Do I have a what?
A percentage breakdown, 1%, 2%, 3%? Higher?
It's up about 3%. Yeah. And it's going to continue to go somewhere between 3 and 5%. I anticipate for this year, it'll increase. For the year total, we had 18,669 calls for service from January 1 through December 31 of 2019. As you can see, there's some of the larger numbers. Of course, our civil service processing went up quite a bit last year.
That number, 4,000, the animal at large.
Animals at large, that's 134 animals at large. That's both, that's just dogs, is what that is. Yeah. We had 45 animal bites, which was dogs. Don't think we had any wildlife bites. Aggressive animals, we had 43. One of the biggest ones would be, that's more concerning, is the livestock calls that we had.
What is considered an aggressive animal?
A dog that will attack and is not under control, according to the county ordinance, has to be within control of that owner.
Or otherwise, that would be breaking the county ordinance?
Yes.
Where would a wolf fall into that?
A wolf is
Yeah.
wildlife, so it doesn't fall within the vicious animal act. If that was the case, we'd have bobcats and mountain lions and raccoons and skunks and everything else in there. But yeah, that's wildlife. That's taken care of by Title 33. which
So-
we do have the authority to enforce.
Slightly off topic, but following up with Commissioner Sukla there, if somebody intentionally released a wolf into the county and it became aggressive, could they be held accountable?
If someone intentionally released a wolf, are you talking about something that's not on the wolf recovery or a private individual?
I'm talking about the Division of Wildlife, if they
Oh.
were to intentionally release wolves
Yeah.
into the county.
I hear you. That's come up, I mean, in question. I don't think it's ever been dealt with, to be honest with you. It really hasn't. It would definitely be something that, it's just like, how do you prove who did what? That's my quick question.
Well, if it's
If they
collar-
just come into the state, they migrate constantly.
Correct, but if
So-
it's released with a collar on it for tracking, you'll have a pretty good idea of who released it.
That would be, that's under that jurisdiction of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, is it not? That's
I
what
don't-
Parks
I
and
don't-
Wildlife told me.
I don't know.
So it's like, okay, I don't know. If it attacks somebody, then there would be an issue. There really would be. I don't know if there's been an attack on a human in any of these release sites. I don't know. But it's definitely a controversial issue, no doubt about it. As far as our total calls for livestock at large was 146. Livestock on the roadway, which is separate from that, is 138. That includes any livestock that's identified under Colorado state statute. We have had several that have been hit by cars, causing not only injury to people, but usually the injury or death of the animal, of the livestock, so the livestock owner's out, which is sad to see. So that's why we jump on those, trying to identify the livestock owner, and let's get the livestock back where they need to be. If not, we'll put them into another area and notify the brand inspector as well as the livestock owner if it can be identified where the animal's at. And these are a lot of repeated offenders, and it's just very few livestock owners that have constant problems with some keeping their stock in. But we've increased the number of animal neglect calls. We've had quite a few of those, and some of those we've had to take action on both on livestock and mostly horses to get them taken care of. And there have been several people charged with failing neglect to feed, water, things like that. It makes it very contentious to other surrounding property owners, especially if there's no fencing that would prevent the animal from coming into their property. That's where we get a lot of the conflicts. And most of that happens when they're just not feeding and caring for the animal. So that's a violation of state statute. So we do go in and take care of that. Any questions about the numbers that we've got there?
No, I have none.
I'm going to show you, since communications was here, the annual communications report. This is the number of radio calls, calls for service that we have, that the Cortez Communications Center has received. As you can see, the Cortez Police Department is the highest there with over 19,000. We're right behind them with 18,339. Now, the reason why that's different than the total numbers of calls for service that you saw just before for the year of 2019 is because some of our calls for service come directly to an officer or through their contact phone numbers or come into the office type of thing.
So you're saying we have more?
Yes.
Yeah, we had
have
18,669 total calls.
than
and
what
this
we're
is-
being charged with. Now, this will be the number that we're going to be charged with for the use of the communications center.
Right.
Now, I haven't seen that figure yet, so.
300 calls.
Yeah, so I'll meet with Acting Chief Brock about when that might be coming. It should be pretty soon, kind of give me an idea. I do have the total number of calls, around 600 for the town of Dolores, and they pay for those calls for service that are billed to us. So there's generally around $25,000 to $28,000 that I had them pay out of that sheriff's contract for that. So those are just some of the numbers. As you can see, the Cortez Fire Department has really tripled in the number of their calls. They left, that's too bad, but I'm sure they got this. And this is where we're at. Questions about that? Here's our transport numbers for the year of 2019, both adult and juvenile. And as you can see, our transport numbers have increased throughout the year starting in January. We did have a slowdown during the summertime. The far left column is adults, and these are the ones going to either going to other jurisdictions or such as mental hospitals, places like that, or they are transports from court-ordered writs that we have to go pick up and bring in that have been arrested on warrants. We've had...
We have to pick them up?
Yes.
We have to go pick them up?
Yes. Because it's issued out of this court. So the judge issues me an order, a writ, to go pick them up and bring them in. This is where I had a conflict with, later this year, with the district attorney's office, who has authorized most arrest warrants nationwide. Where it used to be west of the Mississippi for most of the felony cases. But he has, he's felt that there's some ethical obligation that he has to consider that it be nationwide. Problem is that those transports from east and west coast cost us, or cost me, and the county taxpayer, anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 to get these people who have been arrested on felony crimes back to the Montezuma County Jail so that they can appear in our district court. We're still talking about those things, and so I'm hoping that we can get these things resolved so that our transport dollars are not spent on that. If it's a serious criminal, of course, there's no questions, okay? But there are some that I question that whether or not it's that serious, that if they get closer to Colorado, we can pick them up.
You know, I would think, Sheriff, and I might be speaking out of turn because I might be wrong about this, but I would think that in the warrant, it could say that they're allowed to post a bond.
Oh, yeah.
If they're arrested in California or North Carolina. And so the warrant's still active out of Montezuma County, and if it's a murder or rape or something that we're like, no, we want to go get them, then that's one thing. But I would hope that the judge sitting there in Florida can say, you know what, you can give us $500 and turn yourself in Montezuma County in 2 weeks, or this warrant's back active. And that would relieve us of the obligation.
I agree.
If it's not something that we think, no, don't let them out.
Where are you at with talking with the district attorney?
I can suggest it. And again, I'm speaking loosely because I'm not 100% positive on the situations you all are talking about, but I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah.
So.
Every one of them is different. And these have been, you know, there's always that ability for them to bond. But because they're in another state, they have to go through the extradition hearings and process. The thing is, though, is that that's where a lot of our costs are starting to come now because it's expanded. The reach of those warrants have expanded. That's just something I want to bring to your attention. That we're trying to work on that together, and I'm hoping that we can reach some type of conclusion. So. Anyway, going down to the end of the year, you can see what our totals are. 369 adults transports, 36 juvenile. Almost, you know, just over 49,000 miles.
Wow, that's amazing.
Were utilized. That's why I have, and the number of hours, over 1,600 hours out paying these deputies to transport. And that's just their hours. That does not include the per diem amounts for them to stay overnight and their meals during transports, as well as when they do have the inmate or the arrestee, they have to, we have to take care of them. We have to stop for bathroom breaks and meal breaks and things like that. That's where we will go to other county jails, and they do the same thing with us. That will keep them on a courtesy hold overnight, and that's why you see those courtesy holds in the jail portion, because it's the same thing. We all take care of each other when our deputies are transport. So, okay. And here is the December 2019 jail numbers. We through the RMS database system through eForce, we have a different format now that we're trying to work with and get finalized. But it'll show you the number of inmates that we have in the Montezuma County Jail, the bookings, and those that are actually in custody at that time. The other numbers are they come in and out. So that's why those numbers will be different. But showing what the full day, so like on December 1st, there were 5 arrests. The total number of inmates that we had in the jail on that day through midnight was 127. So as you can see, those numbers increase constantly. We only have 104 beds. Here we are. And some are in for only a day to 3 days at the most. So we had, if you count each inmate and the number of days that they're in the Montezuma County Jail, that's 3,992 days. 161 total arrests. And we have just as many that go out, as you can see. So you subtract that number from the 3,806 days, and that's how many went out. For the City of Cortez municipalities, this is a breakdown of the number of arrests that they had in the month of December, as well as how many days that they were spent. So they have a total of 16 days at $75. They're billed at $1,200. For Dolores County, they have had a couple of felony inmates in there that have been there. For example, Leeson, who's back in apparently, was there for 26 days in December. And so there's a total number of 34 days, and that's the bill that they got. Okay, that's $75 a day. For the Department of Correction, those that are sentenced to the state prison system that come out of our courts, here are the number of days and the inmates that are there. I don't believe that the one that was in there for 25 days is there now. I think they found a place for him. That was a total of 86 days, and unfortunately at $58.56, that's what they're billed.
But we're no longer taking those as
No, and I spoke with
January.
the supervisor with parole, and so we don't have those anymore. I notified all of the law enforcement agencies as well, that if they pick up an individual that has committed a crime, and that is an arrestable, bondable offense that they can't be issued a summons for, and they have a parole hold as well, a parole violation, not to remove that parole violation from the Colorado Crime Information Center. They can process the individual for the crime that was committed here in Montezuma County, and they can bond, but they can notify the actual parole office and let them know that this person is here, and they can pick them up or do whatever they want to with them, but we won't hold them. Okay, does that make sense? So their hold is still active in CCIC. That's the way that it's supposed to be. So far, I think it's working. I haven't heard that there is any issues with that. Everybody understands. It's just one of those things that they never came to the table with you. So,
I still have it.
Yeah, there you go. And I don't know that they will. So it does save, and if you think back to what problem we had in 2019, with what I showed you what the jail numbers were, add that in there. Yeah, it would have cost us a whole lot more. And that's something that we're trying to hold out. This is what we had as far as parole holds in December, and that ended on December 31st. So, now this is what they were billed at $75 a day, and you know that you'll only get the 58 something per day, okay? But look at that, 2 of them in there for 31 days on a home. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. That's a violation of their due process as far as I'm concerned. So here's what was billed out for the month of June. The city of Cortez, $1,200. DOC prisoners, 5,000, just over 5,000. For the parole hold, it's $75 for a day for 119 days, 8,925. And Dolores County, 2,550. Now that number up there, as far as for the state and county non-reimbursable prisoners, those are under state charges that we hold, and you can see the number of days that match the number of days that we had inmates in the jail for the month of December. And this is the same. What I wanted to show you was this is the sheriff fees that were collected. I don't believe that one statute has gone into effect yet, or that one bill that would reduce our booking fee charges as far as fingerprints and whatnot from 30 to 10.
Well, I wasn't worried.
But it's coming. I know it's coming. That's going to take money out of our company.
And what was the reasoning? They could afford it?
They're trying to reduce the number of days that a person is in custody.
Oh, the 48
to 48
hour.
hours.
Okay,
Yes.
I got you.
And so they dropped it from 30 under state statute to 10.
Okay.
So there you go. Let's see. We did receive over $10,000 from DOC in parole with those numbers combined. In the month of, that would have been from November, I believe. Our pretrial services, what they've collected there as far as $1,600, $46 for restitution, and the inmates they also pay the $455 for maintenance in the jail through commissary. So those are the numbers that have been collected so far. We do have, I know that from what I understood a couple weeks ago at the Sheriff's Training Conference, that the bill that for pretrial services that will be coming, if a county does not have pretrial services existing, then they will receive grant funding assistance from the state. Okay? If a county does, they won't. I tried to get rid of this last month because I was down to one deputy in pretrial, and we just can't keep up with that. So I know that there's still some negotiations going on with some subcommittees and state representatives and senators about that to assist the rest of the counties that have this pretrial that's required with this bill when it passes. It's just like the fees for inmate days. It's the same thing. They're doing these mandates that are unfunded to assist the counties, and it's costing our taxpayers too much money for what they're forcing us to do. I understand that pretrial services can work, but the problem that we have is not everybody complies with those requirements in pretrial services. Every ankle monitor or monitor that we have is $100, and so if they cut those off, they're charged an additional with a crime, but with the $100. Now, some will make restitution, most don't. Any restitution costs that we have, that we file with, through the district attorney's office for court cases, for cost of prosecution, maybe we can get it, most of the time we don't. So, there you go. The ones that we do get go right back into the general fund. So, there's some coming back, but I can tell you that the Pay My Jailer that I started about 5 years ago has really stepped that up, and they've collected more money going back into the general fund from those people that did not pay the sheriff's fees when they were incarcerated. So we're pretty much done with that, and it's up to speed now. So that helped. So anyway, that's what I have.
Right.
Questions, comments?
Commissioner Candler, you have anything?
I do not.
Thank you, Sheriff, for your report. We appreciate it. Thank you for enlightening us. We have the coroner's report. Mr. Devers.
Actually, while I have you both right here, I do have one question for the two of you. How is your building working out, the evidence?
Great.
Or have you got it all put together now?
We're in now.
Okay, good.
Of course, the coroner was in sooner. There was a race, but he beat me. But we're in. We've just got a few things that are left over there at the Kiva, and they'll be gone, and we're done.
It'd be nice to see that after everything's complete.
Yeah. Might take a tour.
Everything is going well. It really is. So, thank you very much. Thanks, Jack, for help and everybody getting that done.
Do you want, maybe one of you all can contact Shaq in a few months or whenever you think it might be presentable, and then schedule something for them to go check it out.
Presentable. There you go. Presentable.
You can task
You make that presentable.
I'm trying. No, I got moved in, not even sure, I think it's first week, well, it's January 2nd. About 2 others moved in, got them hooked up, got them working, we'll put people in them, it works out great. I've had a funeral home from Farmington, gonna pick up a person Saturday, and, well, you couldn't say nothing about the stories of that. So he was pretty impressed. So it's working out great. I mean, it's so much easier for me compared to what I was doing or having to do with where we're at before. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I guess while we're on that subject, I would like to ask if there'd be a chance I could get the rest of the money so we can finish up, so we can start doing autopsies. Because everybody's ready to come over and start doing autopsies. We just losing money until we're doing them.
So how much money do you need for that?
Probably 15,000 ought to get it finished up, but it covers plumbing, sinks, and I've been doing a lot of thinking about it. To put in to buy a new autopsy station, wall mount autopsy station, is $22,000. And I've been trying to figure out a way that we could do it different and save money. And I'm going to use a commercial restaurant sink, and then I have a person I've talked to that I've gone over with it, how we can design it. We can take it, cut it, put it in. We can build that sink for about $2,000, buy it, and do the modifications we need to make it work.
So,
And then,
Let's see, what did we have, Shaq? I mean, that money was already allocated for it, correct?
no. But my suggestion is, we saved $8,000 on the V-rail that Jim purchased in negotiating, and that was allocated for that. And then we had budgeted $175,000 for the Pleasant View Fire Department, and they came in almost $40,000 cheaper. And so I think after Rob's done modifying the garage doors, we'd move that money to that.
So that's what you're asking for. You said the rest of the money, I guess. That's my question to you. Remake that statement?
What does that mean?
The rest of the money?
Well,
The original $220,000 from last year to purchase the building, they put in the floor, the concrete, the fence. there wasn't enough from that to finish what he needs for the autopsy lab. So I'm saying, okay, let's take whatever Rob doesn't spend out of that Pleasant View Fire Department and put it in that.
And you didn't budget for any of that?
No, whenever I had my budget turned in, that was before you guys even found the building.
Well, actually, so this is where, and then we're gonna start getting paid
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your autopsies
That
can then start
15,000 should
happening.
be recouped in 6 months.
Yeah.
How long would it take you to get it ready?
I would
Approximately, I
think 2
mean.
to 3, less than a month.
So you could start potentially in March, mid-March,
Oh,
with the autopsy?
what needs to happen is I need to get the sink ordered just so we know exactly where the plumbing needs to be. Once the sink gets here, while the plumbers are doing that, we can do the modifications and hook everything up and be rolling.
I think we should do it.
Who's gonna pay us for the autopsies?
All the other counties.
Whoever's
We use
using the
It'll
facility.
be Montezuma County, or, well, we'll be saving $200 per autopsy. We do average 30 a year. So that's gonna be 6,000 we'll be saving a year. La Plata County, they'll be doing their autopsies here. Dolores County will be doing their autopsies here. Archuleta County, and then wherever Silverton is, whatever county.
And do you have agreements with those people already?
Yeah, they keep asking me if we can start coming over, if they can start coming over yet.
Didn't La Plata County just build their own, or?
No, they
they were
put in money, Keenan
Talking
actually
about it.
called me and visited with me about that, but they were putting in 200 and something thousand for an autopsy suite this year, and he actually talked to the commissioners and told them that we were doing this, and it sounds like they're not doing it because we're putting ours.
So we can just reallocate those funds that we saved on those other items and give them the 15,000 to get
I
it
think
done?
that's a good idea.
That's
Well-
correct. The only piece I don't have, like I said, we saved 8,000 on that V-rail, so you can run with that. I don't know how much Rob is gonna spend modifying the building we bought.
Well, we spent 40,000.
He said all he needs is 2 garage doors. I can't see that being 40,000, but I don't know.
Yeah, we should.
I would say, yeah, I think we're fine. I
Yeah.
think we're fine.
Do it.
Because we need to get, our intent was to have that done so that that could take place all of the time. I think that was the purpose.
Yeah.
One of the purposes that we agreed to.
As soon as those other counties start using us, it's,
Saves us
they'll
money
be
and then there's,
accustomed to it
yeah.
instead of doing something different. Yeah.
And do you have a rate structure already set up for them?
Just what everybody's been paying today, yeah.
$200, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's $200 per autopsy. We're using the facility.
Okay. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Moving on to last year. Last year was a great year. We ended up with 2 less deaths total, so which I thought was good. The best part was we ended up 5 less suicides, which is huge. That's least amount of suicides we've had since I've been keeping track 2000.
That's good. We should be happy about that.
Now, I'd like to cut it 5 more this year, if there's any way possible. We've already had 1, so I'm hoping that's our last one for the year. We were down 1 homicide this year. We only had 1. We averaged 2 a year, which was good. ODs, overdoses went up. Last year we had 6. The year before we had 6. The year before that, whenever we hit our peak, was 11. So this is the second highest year of overdoses. We're seeing more heroin and fentanyl overdose deaths. We had, I believe, 3 of those last year.
That's sad.
That's getting to be a new thing. They've really been working on the fentanyl coming into this area pretty hard, the drug task force and the heroin also. There's been a lot coming in and they've been knocking a lot of it down, so I'm hoping that that'll start declining again. And then accidental deaths, we had 15. And then motor vehicle accidents, we had 6. That was up 1 from last year, but it's about average. We usually have 5 to 6 a year on motor vehicle accidents.
George,
Is that
do you,
accident, 15, is that average?
The accidental deaths, I haven't really kept track of those.
Okay.
That could be a lot of different things. That could be from hypothermia cases, things like that.
Oh, okay.
So, just something that's not natural.
Of the motor vehicle accidents, could you approximate, since there were only 6, how many of those were drug or alcohol related, either by the victim or the survivor? Or
Probably all of them were alcohol related.
Actually, no.
I mean, pretty high percentage.
Yeah, I would say for sure 4 of them were, the drivers were intoxicated of one or both of the vehicles. Possibly 5, but I'd have to go back and look.
so anywhere from 60 to 70%.
Yes, that's safe number. Safe number. So, any questions on any of that stuff?
Nope.
The types of natural deaths, I have that one in there also. You can see the cardiac, of course, it's always the #1 killer of natural, but we have 42 cardiac related deaths. We had 7 that was cancer. That is down, but I believe that is the reason because more people are using hospice. There for a while, it seemed like I had, well, 1 year I had actually more cancer-related deaths than I did have cardiac deaths. But I think more people are utilizing hospice more now. And these numbers do not include my hospice deaths. These are just the cases that I go in.
Oh, that's interesting. So cancer is probably right there with cardiac then.
I would say it's probably going to be higher.
Wow.
It'd be higher. Because I usually have around 150 hospice deaths per year. And just thinking, I would say probably 60 to 70% of those are probably going to be cancer. And of course, a lot of them are cardiac or stroke.
Wow, so it's the #1 killer.
Then respiratory, COPD, other, that could be a lot of different things, just other causes of death. And then some stuff that he doesn't have, but you guys probably don't care, but it's always kind of interesting to me. I always look at my cases per month, and usually January is my highest month, and this last year it wasn't. May and October actually tied with 14 calls for both of those months. Last year, January, I had 18, usually I average around 15 to 16. And I just try to put things together and see how they were for the last years.
Worst winter last year. People were inside more.
There's a lot to be said about that.
I'm telling you, outside is a good thing. The sun is a good
people
healer.
People are no different than animals. They can't handle the colder temperatures, shorter days, it's just harder all in general. And we see that usually November, December, January, and February are the highest for elderly people. Whenever we have the biggest majority of our elderly pass away. And then time of day, that's still running about the same. Usually from 7 to 9 in the morning is whenever I have most of my calls. And it's not necessarily whenever people are passing away. It's whenever they're being found. They wake them up for breakfast and they don't wake up. They passed away during the night. But 7 o'clock, I had 10 calls, 7 a.m. and then 11 a.m., which is kind of strange. I also had 10 calls. Usually around lunchtime, it seems like it goes back off and it comes back up around 5 to 6. But
Gosh, I wish he wasn't telling us all this information, because now I'm going to be scared to death every time 7 o'clock.
I always tell you the safest time of day where you don't have to worry about dying. Usually
Yeah.
it's 4 in the morning. Usually it's 4 in the morning. This last year, it was 4 in the morning. But it's not necessarily that, I think. Like I say, I think it's just whenever people, they're waking up or checking on somebody or get up to use the bathroom and notice that their partner or loved one is, deceased. And then 11 p.m., that's your second best time, so you can enjoy the evening.
He's something else.
George, you have anything else good to say?
Yeah, what do you?
Pardon?
Are you having anything else good to say, or are you done?
No, I'm working on days of the week. And
Thursday, Friday, Saturday are the worst.
Your battery's running low.
Actually, no.
Shouldn't be, it's
No.
plugged in.
Usually Monday is number one. And actually, Monday was number one again. I think it's because people have to go back to work and they're really good. But, and Sunday has always been the safest for the last 5 years. Well, not safest, but my least number of calls. And this last year was the second most busy day of the week. So, but Saturday was the lowest. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting to me to kind of see how things go from one year to the next, from time of day and days of the week and things like that.
Your poor wives. All right, any other?
I have nothing.
Nothing?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get those autopsies going as quick as you can.
I'm sorry?
Get the autopsies going as quick as you can.
Make some orders here in a few minutes.
Montezuma County Emergency Manager, Mike, come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
How do you follow the coroner? Jeez.
Yeah, I know it's a good issue.
Well, the,
Well done. Well done.
I think he stole that from Shaq.
Yeah. Go ahead.
the hazard mitigation plan, we had the bids due for that last week. Surprisingly, we only had one company bid on it, even though I took a phone call from the company that actually wrote the plan several years ago. They had a bunch of questions on it, and then they ended up not bidding on it. The RFP was also put out to a lady in Denver who sent it out to like 70-some different minorities, small business, women-owned, and all of that. And she was really surprised. We only got one bid, but having said that, the company that did bid on it is a company in Denver named Wood, and they've got a lot of experience with plans. They've done actually 200 state hazard mitigation plans in 17 states. They've updated or written 30 plans just in Colorado alone. And I've started to do some checking on them. They've got a great reputation. They even updated the state's hazard mitigation plan. So all this is sounding really good, except when you come down to their price that they ask. I have $35,000 to spend. That's part of the grant. If you remember, we're going to do $8,000 of in-kind funding, and then the county would pay $3,000. But their bid was $42,875, so there's a difference of $7,875. That price of $42,875 is within the ballpark of what they charged the Ute Mountain Tribe, because they did their plan. They did Archuleta County's plan, so they're really close to that price. So I've been communicating with the state plan expert on this. I'm supposed to call him after this meeting because he's got some ideas. We'll either go back to them and talk to them about the price.
Well, aren't they the ones that came up with the number for the grant? I mean, that's why the grant was X amount of dollars, because that's what it should cost.
It's exactly right. It was within the ballpark of what we estimated at that time would be a county of our size to update a mitigation plan.
So is there something more that we added in there that it would increase that cost, or
Well,
is there a negotiation that you can take place to
not
increase
that
the
I'm,
cost, or
well,
what?
I added in there because it wasn't in there the last time. The fire district and the schools were not in there. But that shouldn't increase the amount of work. It's still an update to the plan. And that's what I need. I've got a list of questions that I need to talk to them about. But after talking to the state guy today, I think what I'm going to do is, see if it's not feasible to go back to them and see if we can't, negotiate the price, or just come in and say, we've got 35 and that's it. And see what happens. The other option could...
Or what about the state, asking the state, or can the grant be increased? Or is that,
well, I don't know. Because it's already been awarded, so probably not. Yes. But the guy that manages this for the state, he said he's got some ideas. So I told him I'd call him after this meeting. We'll see where that goes. If we do come to some kind of resolution, I'll come back next week. I was supposed to announce the winner Monday, but that's fine. I can talk to you all on Tuesday, and I can, if we do award it to them, we can release it on Tuesday. They're supposed to write the plan and have it completed, you know, the first draft, and it gets reviewed by the public, and then the plan is actually supposed to be completed by the 30th of September of this year, and then we have until January of 2021 for FEMA to approve it. And I built some time in there because the plan doesn't actually expire until June of 21. So we've got some time in there. If we have to go out, if we go back out for another bid on it, we've got some time to do that.
I guess that was my question, because every time you only get one proposal off of an RFP, there's usually something that was, whether it was a time factor or, I mean, there could have been several things. When it's sent out to 70 people and you only get one bid, that doesn't seem right. So if you can't negotiate, or we should go out to another RFP.
Well, I can, yeah, and certainly an option. I mean, if these guys were within, if they were like at 35, I didn't expect they were going to bid more than that. And if they would have, I would have said this is probably the people we should go with, even though it's only one company. But yeah, it would be great if we had several other options, several other companies to look at.
Because we don't have to accept it. We can actually throw it out and go
exactly.
right back out.
Yeah, we can rebid the whole thing.
Well, I'm in agreement with you. For me, this, and I know it doesn't, well, for me, it makes common sense that we already have a plan done that we paid $58,000 for in the beginning. And they're just updating something for almost the same amount of money. I mean, I wish if we had the school, and which I can't remember the other entity involved, just remit the same plan and see what happens.
Fire districts and the schools is what you just said. I would have the conversation with them, and I mean, if you can negotiate it to get within our budget, then I'm okay with that. But if not, I would say let's send it back out. Look at what needs to be changed from our side in the RFP, and then send it back out. Because if 70 people were notified and you get one bidder.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. That's what she said, and then it went out on GovQuote, which is where we put proposals out on, you know, and it went out to everybody that's got access to that site, it's a public website, and that's why I got the call from Tetra Tech, the people that wrote it in the first place.
But so that just makes me think of, what was the thing we just signed on for a year to do RFPs? Help us. The thing
That's GovSpin.
GovSpin.
But I don't know if that would be for, I don't know if there's anything on there for updating a plan.
Didn't they
like
say they would
this.
help us with an RFP?
But it could be, yeah. Get with GovSpin and see if they can help you with that RFP. Something's wrong to only get one bidder.
What do you think about that cost to do this update? $40,000.
Well, I'll go back to what Larry Don said. You know, I agree with him that we went through a lot of gyrations to get to the point where, you know, how much we relied on the experts, the people who have gone through this time and time again. Now, admittedly, that was, you know, a couple of years ago, and they're looking at the statistics and what it cost across the state, counties of similar size, to do these plans. Now, Archuleta was more than that, but there's a lot of complicated issues with that county that we don't have, as I understand. I don't know what they are, but it's much more complicated. But generally speaking, we were supposed to be within the ballpark when we said $35,000. So
I can't imagine how many hours they're going to put into this to justify $42,000.
I believe that they have some flexibility there. I think they probably put that offer in there knowing that we would probably come back, and they've got some room in there to negotiate.
And this is to keep us compliant with FEMA, is that correct?
Yes.
So that if there's disaster.
Well, you know, and the
Right.
plan is 500 and some pages long. My desire is to cut it, not to say cut it in half, but eliminate a number of things that are in there and make it more relevant. It does have to be updated. They do a whole new threat assessment for the county, and they've got a lot of models to do that. They have some really innovative ideas on how to do that, and they've implemented that with other counties. So again, I think it's a really good company, and there's probably some flexibility there on the price, but
Then I would say if you can negotiate it to stay within our budgeted amount, with this company, I'm okay with that. If not, we scratch it and we go back out to RFP.
And I'm in agreement with that, but I would say that the commissioner said they weren't willing to pay that much, that they're, for negotiating, that we were understanding that it was gonna be X amount of dollars and it's 7,000 and we thought it was too much. And just see what they.
Yeah, I'm
how
not
they
gonna,
respond.
I'm not gonna offer any flexibility.
And just see what
You
they
know,
say.
because I'll see
And
what
then
this,
if not,
Correct, if not, we go back out.
I'll see
We
what the
have enough
state
time.
guy says, but my position was, you know, we budgeted for this thing, we planned on the 35, and that's where we need to be. So,
and then, but what did the state guy say? What did you say?
yeah, I'll find out after, I'll call him and
Okay.
talk to
After
him,
this, yeah.
and if he agrees and I do that, we'll see what happens, and then I can come back to you on next week and tell you that, or say, you know, we're gonna have to go back out and we'll go
sounds
back
good.
out and do it.
Yeah.
And again, I've got the flexibility built into it, so. The debris management plan, I've been working with Mel on that. I think we've got everything put in there that the state guy wants. He sent it back, he only had one comment on it, so Mel's working on that. It has to do with having access to public lands if you have to do debris management. We just need to address that in the plan. So I think we're good with that. So I think it's just a matter of weeks we'll be able to get that published. The emergency operations plan, if you saw the MAC group minutes, there's some issues with that because the state's requiring us to run a checklist on it now, and there's critical areas in there that have to do with alert and notifications and things like that. We only meet 40% of the requirements. So I'm looking at other county emergency operations plans. The state is also looking at putting some templates out to help people with those plans because, so many of them fall short. We have an alert and notification in the plan for like the Dolores and the Mancos River and for Montezuma County, but most of that deals with how we would notify like government officials if there were different levels of flooding, where it needs to be, how do we notify the public? It's more of a public-based thing when you're talking alert notification. And now the alert notification plans have to be exercised once a year, which this is a good thing. So once we get that published in the EOP, then those alert plans will be exercised, along with a resource mobilization plan, which is another plan that we don't have and most counties don't have. But it's how if we need resources for an emergency or the county needs to provide resources, how do we do that? That needs to be spelled out in a plan, and that plan needs to be exercised once a year as well. So looking at that, the Red Cross, I finally have an agreement with, it's a draft agreement between Montezuma County and the Red Cross, and it's not to say, the Red Cross is going to come in here and run everything. It's just to spell out who's got what responsibilities. Up until this point, I've gotten a lot of pushback from the Red Cross, but the guy finally provided me with this agreement. His take on this was, well, if there's a disaster there, we're going to come in, we're going to open up a shelter, we're going to do all this. Okay, well, there's no guarantee on that. I mean, the Red Cross does do that, but to me, it's good to have that in a plan. Most other counties have a plan that talk about, who's responsible for doing what. And we need to do that anyway because it's been a number of years since we've had, an updated shelter agreements and stuff, because we have designated shelter areas, but they're years and years old. So this agreement will help take care of that. For exercises, I've been planning some of those. The Bureau of Reclamation, we were going to do the McPhee Reservoir and Jackson Gulch exercise in the middle of January, but that's been slipped. It's going to probably be in April, as is a really large hazmat exercise. It's going to involve the swim team, the Southwest Incident Management Team. We were going to do that in Montezuma County, but I think it's probably going to be in La Plata County. I didn't attend the last meeting on that, but I think the highway patrol guy that handles the hazmat stuff, they decided they were going to do it in La Plata County, but we can still participate in that. And it's going to be a pretty large exercise. And then for the EOC in March or April, I'm trying to schedule a class for March to get to get it's a 2-day state-sponsored class where the state people come in and they run a class for 2 days on people sitting in the seats and going through exercises and doing all that. So that's March, and if that doesn't work, I've got another fallback date in April to do that. So.
All right. Anything else? Thank you, Mike, for the update. Appreciate it.
Let us know what you find out.
Sure.
All right, thanks.
All right, so as the chair, Commissioner Candelaria had brought this up, but this is a discussion about the blight, the M&M that we have down south of town. So Commissioner Candelaria did a little research on this, but we were in agreement that we've got to do something about it. It's unacceptable, and so we might be asking our lawyer a lot of different questions, but I don't know if you've seen the picture of it, John, but it is just horrendous. It has been tagged.
I've driven by it.
With graffiti. Now, if you park anything close to it, they tag it. And go ahead, Mr.
So
Candelaria.
anyway, we had a short conversation and discussed a few points of interest that we want to work on getting cleaned up. We've all had phone calls about these, and just recently through interviews that we conducted a couple months ago, it was brought up in interviews about why are we not doing anything to work to try and get these places cleaned up. This is coming in south of town at I think a Family Dollar, Dollar General, whatever it is, I can't remember, built across the highway. It would be good to get this cleaned up. I had a conversation just after, the day after we were talking about this, from a gentleman, Mr. Tietzel, and he's actually working with the tribe right now, and they're trying to get a hold of Juvian, I think, Petroleum. I don't, to see what we can do, if there's a negotiation that a government agency can acquire this to be able to help get it cleaned up through CDPHE. So this week, as we're going to be in Denver, hopefully we'll be able to contact some of the CDPHE people up there. But one of the questions I have is, not sure when the M&M was closed, but the tanks were removed, what year, but the contamination that is now there, why is it not acceptable to just leave that there where it lies instead of removing, digging it up and creating more of an exposure? So this was more just to bring it out, a discussion. What ideas, thoughts? Mr. Tietzel has a thought of being able to work with the tribe to start creating art there, and it would be big, like statues or big models like you see south on Belt Salvage, where they have the big eagles, or I guess it wouldn't be eagles.
I think it's a buzzard.
Vultures. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
They taste the same.
Some type of art like that, and it could be, that way we work with them, we get it cleaned up, and we start cleaning up our community a little at a time, because this has sat here, I'm going to say 20 years, I don't, plus or minus, and it just keeps getting worse. So not that we're trying to hurt anybody, but this right here hurts all of us as a community and everybody around it. So this is one of them. We're also going to, I talked to John over at Mud Creek to try and get that, I don't know what you want to call it, tagged area also cleaned up, or billboards with negative comments that really affect us as a community. So really that's affecting every neighbor around there. He's hurting and harming every neighbor around, in my opinion. So we're going to try to reach out in a positive way and try and get something done. So any kind of suggestions or comments or...
Yeah, well, and I want to know what John, what can we do as a county to force the owners to clean them?
Nothing right now. We could pass ordinances, and about 2 months ago, we were talking to people at the state about potentially getting brownfield funding. They basically, after a couple of email exchanges and phone calls, came to the same conclusion that we weren't able to do anything unless we were passing ordinances about signage try to enforce those and then end up condemning the property. This past week, I had Naomi from my office just go check with the treasurer and assessor about taxes, so we're looking into that to see whether or not they're up to date on their taxes. I understand they may not be. But, you know, without us condemning it due to a law violation, it's private property.
So right now, all we have is a weed ordinance that would be
Right,
enforceable there right now.
right.
Well, actually, and they're not spraying the weeds.
No, they're not. It's starting to grow over. I mean, I think
So-
there are trees coming out of or close to the building, but,
So we
so
can,
it's not
we can
being.
do that right now, because they are not enforcing the weeds.
And then potentially get a lien, they won't pay it, force a sale.
And I believe that would be the same case with the Mud Creek.
Yeah, I don't know, do they have a weed problem too?
Yeah, I think we need to have I think we need to
We'll
get
have to talk to
for some
Bonnie
reason.
and to see where she's at as far as the problems that they have now. I'm not sure they're noxious weeds, because that's what's gonna be enforceable in that program in comparison just to a nuisance, so,
I think musk thistle is probably the #1 plant that grows best in diesel. So.
So my
Because it'll grow
recollection,
anyway.
we don't have some sort of environmental enforcement or protection agency within the county. CPHE is, takes care of that for that property, but my recollection was that, it's really not that bad, and any contamination is pretty minimal at that property, so.
Can you speak up, John, please?
My recollection was just that the contamination or alleged contamination at that property out near Mud Creek was mostly insignificant.
What about the contamination at the M&M site?
we don't know yet. But when the state cleaned up that area, they had to clean up their area within that highway to get their, to get that cleaned up. So it's actually very well contained within that 5 acre, looks like about five, I don't know. It doesn't show, but 4 to 5 acre piece of property somewhere located within, you know, where the fuel tanks were located. So, you know, we shelter in place a lot. We leave asbestos pipe in the ground so that you never disturb it. It almost seems like maybe this is almost one of those types of situations where it would be better to not disturb it.
Thank you. I will.
Because I can't imagine in 20 years that whatever has taken place has already taken place, and we're almost going to make it worse by trying to dig it up. But
So I think could we do that? Let's get Bonnie on both properties. But I was also wondering, can we have John reach out with a letter to these property owners?
I was actually already planning on, I did reach out to Jim Dietrich just because I knew he had recent contact information, well, I don't know how recent, for the property east of town. And I'm waiting to get contact information, but I asked my office to get that for me for the M&M, for the Jovian Petroleum.
Okay, so we'll have John look at, or we'll have Bonnie go check the properties out.
Yep.
You'll
Reaching out to them.
You'll reach out to
I'm
them
in the
with a
process
letter
of that.
about the blight.
Yep.
And then hopefully soon we'll get,
well, and the other movement that hopefully is taking place is this group, and I'm not really sure what group it is, but that they're working somehow with the tribe that maybe they can purchase it, or there's a transaction that can work there, that then we can help them get this thing cleaned up to where it becomes an art, I don't know, studio or school or whatever they call it, to where it's something that is cleaned up. I mean, if they can use the structure, great, but then the purpose is to get it cleaned up to where it's something that's usable and workable within our community instead of just an actual deterrent for our community.
but, or the other option is the county would purchase it, we would clean it up and then resell it.
So
I mean, there's,
everything is on the table, I think, at this point in time.
except for we need some movement action because it's.
Nothing has been done for 20
Yes,
years.
it's Not acceptable. So we'll get on that, and we'll have an update as soon as we get something. We have the, John, we have your report, county attorney. Unless there's anything else on there. Okay.
I can have Bonnie come over right now to discuss what she can or can't do.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Go through the county attorney report as we do that.
Yep, we filed our answer brief in the Court of Appeals for the Kinder Morgan case on Friday of last week. We had a brief court appearance setting Walmart's case for trial. I think those are the only updates.
James doesn't have a report this.
James does not.
How about Commissioner Candelaria? You have a report because Chuck's hot on the phone with Bonnie.
Why, I do. I actually had a tremendously busy week. After our meeting here Tuesday, I went out to PCC and went to a Colorado Agribility 2020 workshop. Was able to stay there for a couple of hours before I had to get ready to go to a council meeting that night. But one of the biggest things that, and I have a packet here I'll leave up here if anybody wants to look at it. It's succession planning and what are our people, what are our farmers, what are our ranchers really doing to realize once they get to a specific age that they need to either slow down or retirement's not a four-letter word, so you can use it. And I don't think it's hard because they don't really know what to do with it, how to pass it on. Their kids don't want it, and it's really a struggle. And that's why some of the suicide rates that we see in our agricultural community are so high, which to me is painstaking because suicide is just not a, you shouldn't be looking at that for an option. So it was pretty informative, and like I said, I'll leave that up here. Went to the city council that Tuesday night. That kind of just as a brief, I think you've all read about it. They'll probably put their proposed land use code, for lack of a better term, on the shelf and let the new council deal with it. Wednesday, that was my slowest day, but I did go to the DCC meeting to give a talk that night. Had a great conversation, and the biggest thing that came out of there was to be able to work with CDOT to figure out more funding ways to help within our community and some of the issues that we have. We did talk about the road on 145 from the Elks Club to County Road M with the accidents that we're having in that area. We have businesses, we have a school, we have a church. So that's a conversation we'll be having at the TPR also. Thursday I was out in Dove Creek, went out to a hemp talk and talking to the U.S. Department of Agriculture over that night. I believe that their IFR is just going to be an over-regulation of everything for the agricultural community. The deadline to respond to anything like that is the end of this month or the 28th of this month. So if you haven't read it or looked at it for the United States Department of Agriculture, that interim final ruling is on there if you want some reading. Friday, went to a all-morning class from the Scenic Byway committee meeting, which Montezuma County is part of that, and discussing part of our scenic byways, which there again, these properties came up. So it doesn't attract to our scenic byways. It actually is a deterrent from our scenic byways, as obviously 160 is part of that. They did say that they are getting ready to do San Miguel Power Company big fiber project that's going to basically go from Uray to Silverton, which is going to disrupt a lot of stuff. They're going to try to keep it just to a single lane area so that it doesn't hurt like the 416 fire did, closing both lanes of traffic. And that'll be probably the biggest problem that we have on the scenic byways for that. Was able to go to immediately after that, went to the Disabled Veterans Chapter House renaming on Broadway. and got to talk to a lot of people there. It was a very, very good afternoon with them. And then I went and met with Larry Copeland to do the final red line drawings of the fairgrounds kitchen bathroom remodel. And we had tentatively scheduled that to go out to add this Friday and bid it or put a notice to proceed February 11th and have it done before our March 14th date where all of our big shows start happening, the ag show, so on and so forth. However, yesterday we did get an email. There is one pretty major function that we have in there for a junior rodeo in the rodeo club, which is February 23rd and 24th. So I think what we've decided now is we're just going to postpone it until after those shows, so the remodel probably won't start until late April. And then we'll have it done prior to the Ute Mountain Rodeo and the fair. So we're just kind of trying to figure out what the best time is with the way that Larry's got everything scheduled out there. And Saturday had a pretty lengthy MVI meeting that we attended. There again, I couldn't stay for the entire meeting because I had another veterans function to go to at the Elks Club that night for a fundraiser. So it was an extremely busy week for myself. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Went to the city council meeting as well, and I hope they do vote on it, and I hope they don't kick the can down the road. They're the council that made did the go-ahead to do the rewriting of the code, so I think they should own up to it and they should vote. In the newspaper, there was an article written by the San Juan Citizens Alliance, and it had to do with the injection well down there in Paradox. You know, that injection well, what they do there is they take out that salt with the agreement that goes for Mexico, and one of their, so what the federal government is proposing is to drill a new injection well, and the San Juan Citizens Alliance was against that because they had to build 2 bridges, take the road up a mile, 1.3 miles, and then run some power that far to put in the new injection well. In the comments that the San Juan Citizens Alliance said, which was a very strong key to me, was that if there would have been an NCA, we wouldn't be faced with this issue right now of the injection well or the power lines, because the NCA would have stopped it. What I find ironic about the statement from the San Juan Citizens Alliance is that is the same argument for the NCA by Dolores County. Dolores County is saying we've got to do the NCA so that they will allow us to continue running our power lines across. So I believe that Dolores County is 100% wrong about pursuing an NCA based on what the San Juan Citizens Alliance said, and that it should be left the way that it is. And anybody that thinks differently is going to have a rude awakening when you give local control of property away to somebody that's 2,000 miles away in Washington, D.C. Because that changes all the time. Not a constituent, but a friend had made a suggestion, and I wish I could find it, but I can't. But I think it's a genius suggestion. Instead of taking the water and pumping it 10,000 feet back down and cause earthquakes, they suggested a small power plant that is charged with steam. Take that water, instead of pumping it down the hole, run it through a power plant, burn the steam, your salts would come out. We would meet the agreement for Mexico on the salinity content of the Colorado River, and we would generate power and jobs at the same time in the Paradox Basin. So I agree with the San Juan Citizens Alliance that we shouldn't drill the well. We should put the power plant in, which, knowing that organization, I'm sure they would be against it as well. But that's all I have. Okay, Bonnie. on the M&M, and have we ever done a weed assessment?
The only weeds that I've seen over there is Russian olives, and we do not enforce on Russian olives.
When was the last time you inspected it?
I mean, I drive by, I don't actually go on the property and look at
Right,
it, but
I mean, right, you can't enter the premises, but.
I mean, I haven't like walked around the building, just driving by, I just see Russian olives, so there's, I don't really see.
So you have no enforcement of anything there for your noxious weed program at all? Okay.
How about the property at Mud Creek?
Up Mud Creek?
Yeah, at the McCarthy property.
The properties across the street that are all graffitied.
It says like toxic waste stuff.
There might be
Oh,
Russian knapweed over there, I'd have to go look.
Oh, we enforced the one east of town. We did that this year for Hoary Crows.
But did we get any, was it taken care of or not taken care of?
They paid.
Yep, they paid, it was taken care of.
So it was sprayed and they took care of it?
Okay. There goes that idea.
All right.
Thank you. All right, we have the county marathoner report. Oh, I mean the county administrator report.
Okay, so.
Tell us about the marathon.
Well, I didn't win, but I did finish. I did run a qualifying time for Pikes Peak, so hopefully in July I'll be running Pikes Peak, or
Wow.
August, I mean.
26.2 miles.
Correct. Pikes Peak is also 26.2 miles, but the first 13.1 has 7,000 feet of elevation gain. So it's going to be a little more difficult.
Let's go ahead and start advertising for an administrator. Get ahead of the curve. All right, go ahead, continue.
So Empire Electric has confirmed for a board-to-board meeting with the Board of County Commissioners on February 3rd at the Empire Electric office at 5:00 p.m. And so that will be to discuss the issues regarding the demand charges for the potential charging station on Chestnut and Montezuma. And other than that, I was at the Tuesday meeting at the city with you all, and they've already heard about that. Lyle Rice, whom we had placed a lien against for weeds, paid his lien, and so we did release the lien on his property.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right.
Wait, did you hear my my dull pencil joke?
No.
It was pointless.
I thought you was going to talk about Adam Schiff. Okay, let's go to public comment. Anybody would like to speak about public comment, please?
M.B. McAfee, 2277 County Road 20. Regarding these two properties, that we've been talking about, are you contemplating perhaps forming a citizens committee or something to help you? I mean, there were not very many people here today. Nobody, maybe you've been talking to a lot of people, but it seems like there needs to be some sort of unified action. Because now we've learned that Bonnie hasn't seen any bad weeds over there at M&M. And the other place is apparently they're taking care of it. So now we have to figure out some other thing to do. And I think this would be a really fine opportunity for the county to reach out and work with the tribe, especially since Bill Tietzel has come forward. He has some relationships with the tribe. I think he's quite keen on trying to develop an art park or even art studios within that building. So I think there's a lot of possibilities for that area. And if the county is part of all this effort, so much the better. So I just wondered if you've, thought about forming a committee that would include Bill, that would include the Mountain Ute tribe. Just an idea, some way to move on it.
And I believe that we're both in the same frame of mind, that whatever it takes, we're willing to do.
And we haven't had that conversation yet. I mean, this is just kind of a new thing to start working on this year. But I would definitely, I guess that's why I'm really stating it, you know, in public, you know, thoughts, comments, ideas, but, you know, that might be an option to put together some kind of a citizens group to help us.
So hopefully there are citizens listening today.
Well, we hope so.
And they could call Shaq.
We hope so.
Yeah, and there is multiple people that live in this county that feel the same way. I mean, it just goes unsaid. So.
Well, but until you form a group and you start doing and you start having some meetings to conceptualize and then bring to fruition some of the things that you're doing, talk is empty.
Right.
I think.
Well, I got a suggestion. Next year we have the Women's March and they march around the N.M.P.M. and we kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, but maybe by then N.M.P.M is on its way
I
to
hope
being
so.
changed.
I hope so.
Greg Kemp, Road 35, Mancus. There's two items that I wanted to mention. One is, since you were just talking about the M&M, there is an abandoned way station, very small concrete building, hasn't had all the windows broken out of it yet, but that is CDOT's responsibility. So I don't see any reason why CDOT can't, you know, take care of eliminating that building. It's been there, as been said, probably 20 years since they built the new way station, and you'd think that they would have the responsibility for at least eliminating that particular structure.
Up a very, very good point.
Well, looking at the map, if you look at this and you blow it up, that building I think that you're referencing is right on the property line, and it's on Jovian Petroleum's property. So it's not part of CDOT responsibility. If you look at that, is that what you're referencing?
Yes, but the reason I assumed it was CDOT's responsibility because it used to belong to them. I can't believe they just added that structure and property to the M&M. But maybe that's true. I don't know.
Well, the way it appears right now, that the lot line, that building sits on that same acreage that we're talking about to get cleaned up. So that would include that within the cleanup of that entire property.
Sure. Okay.
That might bring CDOT into the picture to help. Maybe.
You know, believe it or not, I actually have asked CDOT at a couple of TPR meetings a while back, and if they don't own it, they don't really have a responsibility toward it. But it doesn't mean that we can't continue our conversation.
Didn't they own all of the other buildings on the other side?
They do not. That does
But-
not. That
but
is
they
not owned by
condemned them
CDOT.
Oh,
So at one point in time, when whatever took place there, that is not how it's owned right now. If you look at this map, you can see the owners, and that's held by a private owner on the west side of the properties.
what else did you have?
The second item was related to Mike Pasquin's report. The Cedar Mesa Ranches is the largest subdivision in Montezuma County, and we are planning in the very preliminary stages of having an evacuation drill this, perhaps in May. We haven't had a chance to talk to Mike yet, but it would involve him, and he was already talking about doing various drills to practice the emergency procedures. And of course, ours would involve not only evacuating the subdivision, but it would also involve moving large animals to the fairgrounds, for example. So we'd have to talk to the fairgrounds manager. But I just wanted to call it to your attention that it's something we've been talking about for a long time, and hopefully this year with the help of Alex Graff from, well, it used to be Firewise Fire, I don't know what they call it now. But anyway, that's in the planning stages, so hopefully that'll dovetail with some of the practice that Mike felt, or that the state or something requires the county to do. So we're working on it.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate that. And thank you, N.M.P. I didn't tell you that. But that actually brings up a real quick point about something that Commissioner Candelaria and we've been talking about, and that is, why don't you fill them in a little bit? We're the county, we believe, has never done this, but the subdivisions and upgrading the roads. And
so, earlier in the year, last year, or actually 2019, it was brought up, I think it was north out on 21 Road. Anyway, not quite sure what the road, what it would take to upgrade that road, and because it wasn't part of anything more than just a county road with gravel on it. And we had said at that point in time, well, why don't you guys create an SID, Special Improvement District, which then will go to help upgrade those roads, and then the people that live on that road could just, the way I understand it, and I haven't read the entire SID statute, but it would basically go back into their taxes, and then it would be taxed for that property along that roadway.
so it'd have to be an agreement of all the landowners that are within that subdivision.
Within a subdivision to be able to do that, to upgrade their road and to make it chip sealed. So we're looking at it, we're talking about it. I know it's done in municipalities. I'm not sure that we have ever done it, that I've ever seen, but it definitely would be a way to upgrade some of the roads that some of the people are wanting these upgrades on, and they are just paying for it within their taxes on their properties. So it's a special improvement district the way I understand it, and that's where I'll be getting with John to find out how you can implement that, if it works, how it works within the county, and just another idea of being able to help our people if they want to be able to improve their roads.
With the
On county roads?
No, it'd be subdivisions, so it'd be
It could
red roads.
Red
roads.
It could be either or.
Yeah, actually it could be.
It could be
right,
either or.
right.
But it's not, it could be anybody that wants to create the SID.
With the M&M and the Russian olives being there, Russian olives are B-list noxious weeds. Could the county commissioners vote to escalate them to A-list and then enforce it?
I don't know if you can, but I'd have to look at that. I don't know if that's something you'd even want.
I think there's a better way to work in a different manner than to try and, I don't want to make it look like we're just being forceful. I want to be able to help and make it positive to where this is cleaned up for something good.
I think we have, and I agree, we have talks with this Jovian Petroleum Corporation, tell them our concerns and see how we, as a county, can work with them.
Right.
The Mud Creek property, Mr. McCarthy, meeting him multiple times, I don't know that would be beneficial, but it's a start.
To reach back out, I mean, things have changed in years. Maybe they changed their mind. And the reason this is coming up, I mean, the bridges to nowhere in La Plata County were going nowhere, obviously. And now all of that has changed. The properties have been, readdressed, and now that's a project that's actually going to happen. So with time, everything changes, and maybe it's time to reach back out, to see what we can do in a positive way to help these people to get something done. I don't want to do it in a negative way, and by making something stricter or more of an ordinance, I don't think that's the right approach.
I would be more willing to put the game cameras up just to catch the guy that keeps spray painting that dang thing.
I sent you pictures of the graffiti artist. You said it looked like me.
Well, there was a resemblance. All right, any other public comment? How about
Okay, well, I would, since I've got to catch a flight pretty quick, I would move that we adjourn.
second? There's been a motion and second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great, good day, rest of the day. I'm sure it was your turn.
Baxter bought last one.
No, I've got time for lunch.
Huh?
Yeah, my husband's great. He didn't know all that tagging down at the
Is he?
Yeah.
It's awful.
He's like, I don't understand why we can't just put a sheriff down there and catch him.
Same way I feel. What do you think?
I like the muscles for controlling the.
Yeah.
I hope you made over.
Oh, I came into work yesterday.
With the N.M.P.M. and got the old
I don't know.
whatever, not much.
Said
Yeah, I gotta go
got-
see.
You know,
I actually took them out. I just set them on top of the file cabinet.